Hello, hi, welcome everyone. First stream of 2023. That I feel like there should be flying cars or something at the moment. 2023 is just a crazy, crazy idea.
It's proper future, right?
It is proper future.
It
is proper future. The lower half of me is all cybernetics now. It's quite impressive. Welcome to Radiant Shadows. We're an Aussie-based actual play D&D 5e stream. We try and be serious most of the time. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It just depends on what's going on. Thank you very much for coming and checking us out today. We're going to do a quick whip around of our little cast for a few introductions, and then there's a couple of little things to announce, and then we'll leap straight into the session. Who do I think? Who wants to start? Who wants to be introduced first? John does. I can see him just absolutely.
Why me? Do I have a target written on me or something?
You do. You do. It's like flashing, throbbing.
Well, I'm John from Meeples and Dragons. We run an online specialty TTRPG store. We're most well known for our D&D themed glasses, and we stock many dice as well as bringing in little creators into Australia. That's me in a nutshell.
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Promethean.
Hello, I am Promethean or Promethean. It doesn't really
Pro.
matter. You can call me what you want. And
Daddy.
Zathras, not Zathras.
That's a throwback to our Promethean streams from earlier in the week.
I've been streaming God of War lately, and that is 100% just a little bit of pull from that situation. And so I do that occasionally. Also do some tabletop RPG related things over on the OzQuest channel. As well as drag some of these folk into hanging out with us and playing some games every now and again. We have fun on the internet. It's good.
You're sounding super like relaxed and mellow. There's a bit of sort of ASMR.
It's
stuff
ridiculously hot here. Normally it's really cold down in Victoria where I am, and I'm like sitting here all tensed up and freezing, and I'm talking like this all the time. It's nice and warm.
Oh, you're just like, hey,
it's a good vibe. Yeah,
awesome. Heath.
G'day, I'm Heath on the Antipodean D20 when I'm not on Meeples and Dragons. When I'm on Meeples and Dragons, I'm Grumpfel. And where's my coffee? We do not start the day without coffee.
Coffee.
I love how you always do the eye thing.
Yeah. It's
probably because he's a deep gnome and he's surrounded by rocks. No? Okay. This thing on?
This is why I'm bald. And last, but by no means least, Cass.
Hi, I'm Cass. SazTheMeeple. I don't really go on Twitter and stuff like that. I'm usually lurking on TikTok and all that jazz, but I sometimes see messages and I sometimes reply. But most of the time, I just come here and I play games. That's great.
But hold on, Cass. Didn't you do something on TikTok over the Christmas break?
Oh, I did. I unwrapped or unboxed my Meeples and Dragons Advent dice calendar, which had 24 unique pieces or dice sets, and they were beautiful. And I used the AI filter and we transferred them into little AI images as well. And some of them were really pretty. And there was also a mystery gift on the Christmas day, which I got to unwrap, and it was lovely. Sharp edge Christmas dice.
Awesome.
Glad you enjoyed it, Cass.
It was beautiful. Thank you.
So definitely go and hunt Cass down on TikTok. SazTheMeeple on there as well, isn't it? Yeah. Because it's quite the treat watching Cass go through and unbox those. So that's awesome. A lot of you will have noticed that Rowan, Kate, is not here today. There are reasons for that, both in-game and out of game, and we'll cover all of that as we go along. But Kate, however, is lurking in the chat. She is the official chat herder, chat corraller. I'm not sure if there's an official term that could be used. Chatneer.
Moving on.
Yeah, no, someone stop me. So Kate is absolutely lurking in the chat. So go and say hello to her because she is also awesome as well. Now we do have one last announcement too. We have got a slight change. If you look at the top of our little Twitch feed, you'll see that there is something added up across the top because we are now fundraising for the Black Dog Institute. Black Dog Institute is an Australian medical research institute focusing on mental health and suicide prevention. So the research goes to discovering new solutions, foster connections, and creating real-world change. You can donate to that. Donating to that is not going to impact on our game in any fashion. But if you want to join in supporting Black Dog, please type like an exclamation mark donate in the chat to access the Tiltify link. If you want to find out more about them, type exclamation mark charity into the chat channel. If you want to support the show, as per normal, you can also subscribe to us. You can follow us so you can see when we're going to go live. You can throw some subs this way. As you can see, there is already a bit of a hype train going. So thank you to everybody who's thrown subs and everything our way. That is awesome. You can also go to the Meeples and Dragons YouTube channel where you can see all of the old episodes that we've now finally caught up with everything as well. We've had an opportunity over the Christmas break to get ourselves all organized and get all of the content up there. I think that's everything that I had to say. Again, really do. It's awesome that we're now working with the Black Dog Institute. I think that's great. That's something that is very near and dear to my own heart. So any donations you can make to that would be absolutely awesome and greatly appreciated. Anything from anyone else before we kind of jump into this crazy old session?
Can we substitute a particular charity donation limit for the introduction of the Minge Marshes? Oh no, we've already got the Minge Marshes covered, don't we? We don't need to. Ignore that question. It's fine.
Yeah, sure. Then once the donations hit $1 million, I'll absolutely make sure that the Minge Marshes come along. Your wish is my command, Promethean. Also, Kate is reminding us that there's the bingo card is out and alive and lurking. You can go on to Twitter to find that. You can play along to see what kind of crazy stuff we do or do not say and see what potentially will happen from there. So with that, let's play some D&D. It's been some time since we played last. It's been over a month, in fact, for the campaign anyway. So it took me a bit to go back. I had to go back and rewatch the episode to remember what happened and write.
I think we're all guilty here of that.
I think everyone is. So, so a little bit of a summary here. So let's dive straight into it. So, after driving off the evil spirit the night before and saving the Renfalls, our brave group of adventurers studied the strange book they found buried under the rotten boards of the barn, and the following day ventured forth to investigate the lightning tree and whatever mysteries may have lurked underneath it. The tree, dead and split asunder, did indeed hold a secret underneath in the blood-soaked soil. Strange chamber filled with urns and the single long-dead skeleton of an ancient warrior from the kingdom of Darador. As our brave heroes cautiously investigated, they were set upon by the foul spirit of Varlaseth, and the very chamber itself, roots twisting to assault them and skeletal hands reaching up to claw at their flesh. They fought bravely, almost losing Miera to the touch of the evil creature before finally vanquishing it. Retrieving the breastplate from the skeleton along with an axe which lay at its side, the party returned triumphant to the Renfalls, where celebrations were had, and Delgrim experienced corn for the first time. That night they were roused by the shrieks of Miera, caught in the throes of a terrible nightmare brought on by her close call with death at the hands of the spirit. Not wanting to risk anyone ever falling prey to the spirit again, the group, along with the Renfalls, returned to the lightning tree in the early hours of the morning and set it alight. With the tree destroyed, the Renfalls were bid farewell, and our heroes continued on their journey to finally return the fireworks to Greenfield. Upon the return, they went to Wex to tell him of the recovery, as well as Peredin's part in it all. Unsure of how to approach the situation, the old priest looked to them for some guidance, and a plan was hatched to try and draw out Peredin and see if he would potentially confess to his part in the scheme. The next morning, the party awoke, and as they began to make their plans, realised that their friend Rowan, normally the first to rise, had not yet joined them. Miera went up to the halfling's room, only to discover she was not in her bed, and on pulling back the sheets, discovered a single ring lying on the ruffled sheets. And that is where we will pick up.
All right. Well, I suppose Miera's gonna grab the ring.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna just scope around the room and see if there's any notes. Did she leave her bag? Is there any other personal belongings, or is it just the ring?
Yeah, when you first came in here, you noticed that all of her stuff was still in the room, very neatly organised, as per how Rowan would normally leave her stuff. A quick surveillance around, you don't notice anything. You don't see any notes or anything on any tables or anything of that nature. Just her gear stacked up neatly.
Okay. And I'm upstairs by myself. Everyone else is downstairs. So I'll pick up the ring and I'll just keep it in my hand and I'll go back downstairs. And I might just stop off at the bar and ask if anyone has seen Rowan this morning. And then I'll go to the table and just let everyone know that I found the ring, but no Rowan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before she would appear, though, if you don't mind,
Yeah, for sure.
Tiernan would go over and have a conversation with Delgrim. And Delgrim, I had an opportunity to look over that axe properly. I just want to let you know that the blade is known as Hallow's Edge, and it has a magic enchant on it, which would basically mean that each foe you slay, you get a portion of their life back.
Very useful in fight. I not know if you know this, but I'm very small. I not have much blood in me. It's quite helpful. You know who would be good to talk to about this magic axe would be Rowan. It's surprising she's not up already.
Oh, is she normally an early riser? I haven't really noticed.
Have you not heard? She wake, she loud, she noisy, she bang about. How she not wake you up every day?
I don't know.
Well,
At this stage, I think Miera would probably come, rushing down the stairs.
So I'll rush downstairs. I'll go to the table first, actually, rather than asking about her first. So I'll go to the table. And I'll just sort of hold out my hand with the ring on it, and I'll be like, Miera, Rowan's gone. She's not in her room.
Gone where?
I don't know. She wasn't in her room. I went in. All of her stuff's still there. It's all neat and tidy. The bed looks slept in. So I pulled the sheets back because I thought, maybe fluffy blankets and she's just kind of lost in amongst them. But it was just this ring. I don't remember Rowan actually wearing a ring, come to think of it, but I don't know. Has anyone seen her this morning?
Oh, I haven't. I've been mostly preoccupied.
Tiernan, where is your Blinky? I know Rowan liked to boop with Blinky.
Blinky's right here, mate.
Oh.
Blinky never leaves his side.
She not with Blinky, okay.
May I have a look at the ring, Miera?
Yeah, sure. I'll pass it over to you.
Okay. Tiernan will have a bit of a visual inspection
Yeah.
of it. What do we see? What do I see?
So the ring is comparatively simple. It's golden ring. On one part of it, there is almost like a small, almost looks like some sort of container. So you know how you see those rings where you can pop it open and like, that the Victorian era that had a little bit of snuff in there that, snort the snuff off the ring. It has a very, very sort of simple, what looks to be like a plain little container of it on the top. But it's the ring itself, it's a bit tarnished, looks quite sort of old and not particularly fancy.
Okay. Do I detect any magic to it at all?
I mean, you'd need to sort of sit down and to define that, you'd actually need to spend time with it, as per sort of the concept of when you're attuning to stuff and things like that, or trying to identify things. But I mean, looking at it, it just looks like a very simple, bland ring.
All right. Well, unless you want me to spend a couple of a good 10 minutes or so, I'm looking into it. I can't really detect anything with it. I
think this is a good idea. You learned the name of axe. You learned axe has name. This if ring has similar qualities, this is a good idea.
Hamish, what for Grumpfel to have a look at it in maybe sort of it doesn't have much in arcane, but is there some sort of like religion or some sort of check to see if there's any other information that he could glean or remember from the script or style or anything like that?
I mean, you can make an investigation check if you would like, to see if you can sort of see anything on it that might provide any extra information in that respect.
Sure. All right. Investigation.
Can I, while they're poring over this ring, can I go and ask Nessa if she's seen anyone, if she's seen Rowan this morning?
Yeah, for sure. So while you're what did you roll?
13.
13. Okay. It's very plain ring with no extra sort of iconography on it. There's no glyphs. There's no writing. As I was sort of saying before, it's a little bit sort of tarnished. It's quite unexceptional.
All right. Well, I'd wait till Miera comes back, because I realized she was going to go over and speak to. What's the innkeeper's name again?
Nissa. Yep.
And then have take the opportunity to ritually cast Identify.
Cool. Okay. So Miera, you make your way over to Nissa, who's just sort of going about organising a few breakfast bits and pieces. She sees you coming over and gives you the big warm smile that you're used to from Nissa now. How can I help you today, Miera?
Morning, Nessa. I am just wondering if you've seen Rowan this morning.
No, not at all. I was up early as well, and normally sort of up early stoking the fire and getting things organised for breakfast and stuff, so that it's all prepared. But no, I haven't seen her at all. Why is she not up in her room?
No, can't find her in her room. All her stuff's there. I thought maybe she might have come down early for breakfast. I mean, she's an early riser, so that's weird. Was there anyone else around this morning?
I mean, I sent Dwight out to get some firewood earlier, but apart from that, no one else has been in here that I'm aware of. She wouldn't like sneak out in the middle of the night or anything, would she? And how well do you know her?
I mean, look, we've been traveling for a little while together, but I mean, I don't know like everything about her, so I guess she could have slipped out, but why would she have left all her stuff? She must be planning on coming back.
Oh, I mean, I suppose. So. I mean, I agree. It seems strange that she's left all of her stuff here.
Yeah.
Did you want...
weird.
I can get Dwight to go and have a look around the village if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, if you could, that would be brilliant.
Yeah. She turns around and calls into the back room, Dwight! A couple of seconds later, Dwight lumbers out. Yeah. She's like, can you just go around the village, please, Dwight, and see if you can find Rowan? She's not in her room, which is unusual. It's correct, isn't it, Miera? It's strange she's not up in her room. Yeah. And just see if you can find her anywhere. Maybe go into the village centre and see if she's there, or maybe even ask some questions, see what you can find out. And Dwight goes, yeah, okay.
Miera, there wasn't any signs of chaos or like it looks like she just went on a walk or something. Like everything was still there. It didn't look like there was a scuffle or anything. Should we go up and spend 45 minutes investigating, or you know what? I'll take your word for it that you looked thoroughly through the room.
I mean, I didn't go underneath bed to check, but it was pretty neat and tidy in there, so it didn't look like a struggle. The door was open.
Open, or the door was closed and unlocked?
It was unlocked. Unclosed.
Well.
Which is weird. Let's see what Dwight says.
Dwight at this stage he's lumbered on out the door, and he's off out to the village to have a look around.
Well, I guess I'll start casting my identifier at the table. I've reached in and pulled out these fancy lens glasses, and I place them on my face, and they have all these different little lenses which flick in and out as Tiernan inspects the ring. He taps Blinky on the side, and Blinky starts emitting various shades of light beamed onto the object as Tiernan goes through each of the lenses and so forth. Just going through the motions.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
And Delgrim's going to say, if I touch the ring while you are inspecting, is that going to affect your ability to know what is a ring?
What?
I want to check something. Can I touch the ring while you are doing ritual magic?
Yeah, sure. It's
good.
It's not really magic. It's more of a yes, but sure.
Science, magic is the same thing. And so Delgrim just kind of grabs a bit of his shirt and is just going to try and rub some of the tarnish off of the ring just to see if there's anything underneath.
Yeah.
Any kind of writing or anything.
You give it a bit of a clean, spend some time sort of trying to buff out some of the tarnishing off it. A little bit comes off. Nothing underneath though. Again, it's a very, very simple piece of jewellery. Quite unremarkable.
Maybe we should throw it into the fire to see if any flaming runes appear.
I've been holding.
Tiernan going to start saying, "My precious."
One Rowan to rule them all. One ring to rule them all.
Would the ring
I was
melt
doing
in
my best
fire?
not to make.
This is a ridiculous idea. A ring would melt in fire. What use is a ring if you melt in fire?
Grumpfel picks it up and goes, "It is a gift."
Do I notice anything?
Yeah, so after the 10 minutes of you doing your inspection and casting identify, you do end up being able to identify that there is an enchantment on it, and it is a form of enchantment magic, but that's all you can actually glean from it. You don't discover any particular properties. So when you use the similar process and we're inspecting the axe, you're able to glean a bunch of information. This seems different. There's something about this which is unusual, but there is definitely a magical property to it.
It does have a magical essence to it, an enchantment, but I can't discern exactly its purpose. It's Rowan, so I guess we should look after it for the meantime. Did she mention to anyone she was going somewhere? No?
Not to me.
Wasn't she from around near here? To the north or somewhere?
It wasn't too far from here. not Rivervale.
Well, either way, I'm sure she wouldn't have left. I'm sure she'll return for all her belongings and so forth.
Yeah. Well, let's
We're-
just keep the ring safe for now.
With the rest of her belongings in the room?
Yeah, everything was still there.
Everything there?
It was all like neat and tidy. Nothing out of place.
No signs of a scuffle or anything like that?
Maybe I don't know, maybe she just decided to do something else.
Leave all the stuff
Seems
behind?
Strange. That is strange.
It is strange. I don't know.
A cloak, gloves, travel pack. She wouldn't go anywhere without those, surely.
Did I see her cloak? Like, was like all of her attire still there, or is she?
All very neatly folded up in the very usual Rowan fashion, just very organized.
Okay, so all her clothes, it's still all there.
Yep.
So assuming that Rowan could be potentially wandering around half naked in the world.
Who knows what? I'm sure she's got pajamas or who knows.
Well, she's either wandering around half naked or she's turned into a ring. That's all I can think of. I don't know.
Kind of lean down towards the ring and just, Rowan, is that you in there? And just sort of tap on the ring a little bit.
Right. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so you reach down and you tap on it. You lean a little bit closer, and you hear the clink of a glass as Nissa accidentally bumps it against another one. Off. Oh, sorry, too much noise. Sorry. But you don't hear anything from the ring. No.
Rowan turned into a ring. It is not a ring that able to speak.
Help me! I'm stuck in the ring.
Well, I don't know. But if Rowan has in fact turned into a ring, I don't think I would be very comfortable in holding it. Miera, you and Rowan were getting fairly close. Would you mind holding on to a ring for now?
Yeah, sure. I can
In case
do that.
this is in fact Rowan?
Yep, I won't put it on at the moment. I'm just gonna pop it in my pocket.
What's in my pocket?
With Algernon. He's just gonna sit.
With Algernon. Nice. Very nice. Okay, cool. Okay, with that, you pop the ring inside your pocket.
Where's Algernon?
And what are you guys?
My focus.
What are you guys going to do now?
Didn't we have a plan to?
Grumpfel has his coffee and breakfast.
Let's have some coffee and breakfast.
I believe we were going to do something with Wex tonight, wasn't it?
Yes,
going
we should talk to Wex. Wex going to announce, and sort of real quietly, because I think we agreed to not make it a thing that we'd actually recovered the fireworks and leave it a bit of a mystery. Wex was going to announce a public gathering for the firework.
Well, do we really need to speak to him again? Don't we just need to turn up?
I'd like to know details of plan.
Cool. So I guess we go to. Do we go to the church where Wex was? Is he?
Well, I'd have a few things I'd like to do today, if you guys don't mind. I might leave Wex with yourselves, and I got a couple of errands I'd like to do today.
Are you going to try and repair breastplate you find?
Yeah, I believe I can make this serviceable again. It doesn't have any latent energies or anything around it, and I'm not one to throw something away which has a second use. So yeah, just a bit of TLC and a little bit of repair and new parts, and yeah, I think I can get it back to good as new, or at least make a use out of it.
This is good philosophy. I like reuse of things. This is good.
Try not to throw anything away, as my mother.
So Tiernan's off to do a shopping montage.
Not exactly. but-
Shopping bags over his shoulder.
I got more of this. Him running upstairs. Dun, 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 and then. Anywho.
Okay. All right. So Tiernan's going to go off and do a little bit of shopping. And the rest of you guys are going to head off to see Wex. So Tiernan, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?
Just look for some replacement leather straps to fix up all the buckling, and possibly visit a local blacksmith to see if I can borrow some of their equipment to remove any surface rust and potential damage and reattach everything.
Okay. It doesn't take you long to find let me just have a quick look here. There's a small, closest thing you can find is a very small blacksmith / sort of farrier. There's a middle-aged human working away. You can see he's currently just going about fitting some horseshoes to a horse. He's fairly stocky, light brown hair that he's got that goes down just past his shoulders that he's got pulled back, very, very weathered. And he's able to provide you with a collection of pieces of leather that you could start to use to put together stuff. He's got a couple of buckles. It's all a bit sort of mismatched and higgledy-piggledy. The conversation would essentially be along the lines of, they don't have a lot of need for creating armor and stuff like that here.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just be sort of a piecemeal bits and pieces. But he could give you stuff that would enable you to at least start repairing it.
Well, if it's just surface rust, it just needs to be scratched off.
Yeah, and he'd be able to provide you with wire brushes and all the right instruments are to remove rust from a piece of armor like that, because I've got no idea personally.
Mainly a steel brush and some vinegar, water, oil.
But yeah, very easily able to sort of provide you with the required tools. The materials to go through and fix it would set you back 4 gold pieces. And it would take you some time to actually have to go through and actually craft the stuff yourself as well. None of it's already sort of set for purpose.
Okay, is there time for me to do that today? Or how long are you talking?
What are you proficient in regards to tools and stuff?
Good question.
You've got tinkerers, haven't you?
Jewelers, smiths, thieves, tinkerers, woodcarvers.
Right, okay, so pretty much you are captain everything.
Yeah.
You could start doing it today. It would definitely require at least one skill check. But yeah, whether or not you could get it all done today would depend on how that roll went, if you want to start sort of dedicating some time to doing that.
Okay. What's the blacksmith's name?
The blacksmith's name is Albin.
Well, I thank Albin greatly, and and I say thanks for the favor, and if I can help you in turn, please let me know.
He's a fairly gruff fellow. He's just like, yeah, whatever. Sort of gives you the supplies. He's very focused on trying to deal with this horse. This horse is not overly compliant, and your presence is sort of slightly distracting.
Fair enough. Well, if I've got the time today, unless I'm needed, I will probably spend the time doing that. Because Tiernan is of the opinion that nothing's going to happen till tonight anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so can you please make for me, all of those tools are going to be basically the same. So I would like you to make a skill check. You can add your proficiency modifier and your intelligence modifier to this.
Okay.
Since there is actually no specific box for tools anywhere. Which I always think is a bit weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
There is. And what was my intelligence? 9.
So 9 all up.
Oh yeah. Low captain roll, low rolls.
Whereabouts are you trying to do this? Back at the inn, or?
Well, unless I could borrow some space at the blacksmith, but it seems like he's pretty full. I would probably just go back to the inn or look for some outside space. Considering it's removing rust, it would make a bit of a mess. So
Yeah. There's
I'd
a
probably
small,
take a stool out the back of the inn or something.
Yeah, there's like an old tree stump out the back of the inn. And Nissa's more than happy to give you like a little stool, and you can sort of go out there and work away. It's the rust. Getting rid of the rust's the easy part, but the leather that you've been provided with and some of the buckles and stuff is all of fairly sort of average quality. So it's taking you a lot longer to actually accomplish what you're trying to do.
Mhm.
It's frustrating, and after a few hours, you're still not making a whole lot of as much progress as you would like. You think it's going to take you at least all of today and possibly some more time the following day to actually sort of get this to the point where it might be usable. Yeah.
I look at Blinky and say, well, at least I got the rust off.
Yeah, and there's this mechanical blink as he sort of blinks in agreement with you. Going back to the rest of the group as Tiernan continues his little exercise. You will make your way to the small temple, and as always at this time of the day, the front door is open, and you will make your way inside. You can see Wex. He's just going through, walking down between the pews, just sort of almost idly sort of dusting them off a bit, almost sort of absent-mindedly, as if he's sort of thinking about something else. And when you guys all come through the door, he's like, "Oh, good morning. It's good to see you again, nice and early."
As Grumpfel enters the temple, he will clasp his holy symbol and just sort of bow his head for a moment. Is there like a little donation box or an alms box at the entrance there?
There's not actually. With sort of the more sort of rural nature of this, there doesn't appear to be anything of that kind of nature at the front of the temple.
No worries.
But he notices you sort of as you do this though, however, Grumpfel. It gives you just sort of a brief that nod of acknowledgement between two people of faith. When he sees the respect that you're showing, and then he turns to everyone else and says, "So, right. So we need to a plan for today. Now I'm going to make an announcement to have everyone come and gather in the town square. I was going to suggest just after dusk, so that when if we're doing fireworks or if we're doing the display that you're going to put on, how we're going to manage this, then it's going to be the right sort of lighting situation. I was going to get Priscilla and Jaron to just sort of do a couple of laps around the town and quickly go out to some of the more further out farmsteads and let them know as well that this is what we're going to be doing. Did you have any extra thoughts overnight in regards to how you're wanting to approach this, or what you're maybe wanting to try and do with Peredin, or?
I would like to have some traps set in case he tried to run. He is small, weak, cowardly individual. I feel like if he exposed, he might try and run away. I think it would be good to have him in an area that he can only run in one direction from. I have a plan. Sneaky plan.
Traps. I'm probably not the right person to be talking to about traps. I'm not entirely sure.
I will handle trap. I just need him in a place he can only exit in one direction. Like a place of honor or esteem, and it only him, so no one else accidentally get caught in trap.
Gosh,
I could lend you some manacles, Delgrim.
I have tools for trap available. He just need to fall into it. If he run, that is important.
And it kind of restricts the options from what we've got on the outside. This would be the open village, and if someone was going to run, there'd be lots of different directions they would go to. Do you want to try and do this inside a building, or make an announcement or something? I don't know.
Stage from festival still up? Can we have Peredin on stage?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yes, I mean it's still up. I mean there's no decorations or anything on it, but the stage itself is still up in the middle of the town.
I think that would be suitable. There only one set of stair onto stage. Yes.
There is. I mean, he could jump off the back or something, possibly.
He's not brave enough to jump off stage. He'll run down stair.
Very well. Then yes, we can organize it so that he comes. We can have him up on the stage. How did you want? How did we want to? Did you want to invite him into the town? Did you want me to send someone to tell him to come into the town? How did you want to manage this?
I think invite is good idea, and it would be good to know how long he be in town. Maybe some of us could go check his house, his manor, his mansion, while he out of it, just to find any more evidence of wrongdoing.
Interesting. I mean, I could go and ask Priscilla to come and have him come and see me, under the pretense of something, and that would potentially provide you with an opportunity to go and see the house. But Nat is still going to be up there. I suppose we could ask her to come along as well, but that might start to seem a bit strange.
Net is maid?
Yes.
It would be strange to ask for maid to come too. You're right. Miera, perhaps you could put maid to sleep like you put bandits to sleep.
I could do that. It would be helpful. You have to make it enticing. Would Peredin come simply because you asked him to come, Wax, or?
Oh yes, I'm sure I could probably dream up some good reason to get him to come here. I could say that we need his expert advice on the local crops or something like that. I'm fairly used to pandering to his ego in some respects, and it'll be an opportunity to tell him that we're going to have an event tonight as well. I can tell him that as one of the esteemed members of our community, his presence will be required up on the stage, but I won't mention anything about the fireworks or anything like that.
This is a good plan. This is 2 slug, 1 stone.
2 slug? You mean 2 birds?
Slug.
No, the underground version is slugs.
Interesting. I had no idea. Very well. Yes, I mean, it could very well be 2 slugs with 1 stone.
Delgrim looks very happy with this. While we are here, Wex, you, by any chance, did Rowan come to temple in early hours of morning today that you might know? Rowan has gone somewhere. We don't know where our friend is.
I haven't seen her at all. Would she's sort of person who would just sort of run off like that? I mean, I know that you all only my understanding is that you all only met. It's only been just over a week or 2 now since the festival was originally here, and you all seem to come from different directions, so...
Yeah, I am a little concerned, but I also think Rowan would have made more of a mess if she was taken somewhere she not want to go.
Well, I mean, I can, once Priscilla's gone and retrieved Peredin for me, I can ask her and Jaren to go and have a look around the town and see if they can keep an eye out for your friend as well.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
It's the least I can do considering what you've been doing for us recently. All right, I'll get Priscilla sorted out. I will ask her to have Peredin here within the next hour. I'll try and keep him here for a good sort of couple of hours. That should give you time to go up to his house and have a good sort of look around.
Awesome.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Excellent. No, you're welcome. Once again, I mean, thank you very much for all of your help. Do ask to please be, I do realize that Peredin is the source of some of our problems at the moment, but a certain degree of sort of decorum and respect when dealing with his house would definitely be appreciated. That is also where Netta lives too, so. But anyway, I will send Priscilla off. Shall we say reconvene just after lunch? And we can discuss the next part of the plans. I can tell you anything that I might discover from Peredin, and you can let me know what you find up at his house.
This is the plan.
Excellent. All right.
Hydrate, everybody.
What was that? Hydrate?
Hydrating or dehydrate.
My Meeples and Dragons stein is empty, but I will point out it's a beautiful stein.
Stein.
Hashtag go to the website.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. meeplesanddragons.com.au. Okay. So with that, Wex bids you farewell. You guys head off. You can hear him calling out for Priscilla as you make your way out of this.
As we leave, Delgrim gives him not Delgrim. Sorry, that's not me. That was me a few weeks ago.
Wow!
No,
look out!
Grumpfel just gives him a little
character, right?
Just a
single grey Durga.
That's it. Yes, we're a deep Nurga.
Yeah.
Grumpfel gives him just a little sort of bow of the head type thing as we leave.
He returns it very respectfully as well. So you guys head out. Is there anything you're sort of going to do in between, sort of waiting until Peredin has been retrieved before heading up to the house, or?
From memory, up to Peregrine's house, was there cover from visibility for anyone who wanted to? Is it all open leading up to the house, or was there sort of trees and bushes and shrubberies, anything like that?
Shrubberies.
Harry?
There was a little bit of undergrowth, a few trees spotted about. I mean, you could try making sort of a stealthy approach towards the house if you.
That's what I'm thinking. If he's being summoned, then perhaps we should make our way there unseen. And when we see him leave, we know that we have time to look, rather than wait for him to come to town and for us to know he's not there anymore.
This is wise.
Okay. Are you going to go back to the inn and let Tiernan know what you are doing? Or screw Tiernan?
Well, he seemed kind of busy. Like
he was keeping an eye on the inn in case Rowan came back.
Is the inn on the way? Are we diverting to go to the inn, or is the inn on the way, on our way?
The inn's in the very middle of the town, sort of in the middle of the town square. So no, you'd have to go all the way back into the middle of town before heading back out again. But it's up to you. I just wasn't sure whether or not you're going to grab Tiernan, or whether or not Tiernan was going to be just chipping away while you guys go and commit a bit of break and enter.
It's up to you guys. Tiernan made his choice, so.
He's very large.
We've only
get us caught.
We've only been gone 15, 20 minutes at the most, haven't we?
Yeah, not that long.
Yeah. So if he's working on something that's blacksmithery related to that breastplate, well, then there's a good chance that he won't be done in that time. So,
okay. No, that's cool.
Should we let Tiernan know where we're going, or should we just away?
We should let him know. He
looking
can make a decision.
Hey, looking around, any villages that we recognise from any of the festivities or interactions that are not dodgy or shady? Someone nice that we will know.
Not Otto.
Not Otto.
He's in jail now.
Make a perception check, Grumpfel.
First roll of the year.
Second roll.
I didn't.
Wait, was there another roll? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I did an investigation.
Oh, wow.
God.
Wow.
I rolled a
Sorry.
total of 4.
Oh, well, that's
perception,
why.
perception. Oh, get your bingo cards ready, ladies and gentlemen. That is a natural 20 for a total of 24.
Oh, nice.
Boom.
Excellent. You turn around and just in time to almost get taken out by a young boy. Who
Are we going to the movies, dinner and dancing? Sorry, what?
Who you recognise as one of the children of the local bakers. Young Brian. He sort of comes running around the corner. Natural 20. It's gotta be.
Hello, Jerry. Hello, Newman.
So you see him. He's sort of jogging down the road as if he's sort of maybe returning from a job or anything like that.
Brian, may I have a word for a moment?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Would you be willing for a copper piece to do an errand for me?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Grumpfel pulls out a little bit of script, and in Dwarvish, Gnomish, and Undercommon, because this kid can read Common, so going to try with Dwarvish, Gnomish, and Undercommon. Just quickly scribble a note to Tiernan. Gone out of town, back in an hour.
Okay. Right. Brian sort of bouncing a little bit.
And then yeah, I don't want to put anything on there that's going to be incriminating. Going out of town back in an hour, and I'll put GDM. Let's try to think what else. What direction was the manor?
North.
I'll put that in there. Gone north for an hour. And then sign it, G, D, and M.
Okay, cool. Right, so you scribble that down in the 3 separate languages.
Yep. Give that to Brian with a copper piece.
Yep.
And say, take this to our friend Tiernan. He should be somewhere around the inn.
Sure thing. He takes it, takes the copper, races off. And with that, you guys start making your way up towards Peredin's house.
Writing a note in the time it takes for one of us to run back and tell Tiernan. Anyway.
Yeah. So Tiernan
in more detail than Nor.
Yeah. So Tiernan, you're busy working away at the rust on the breastplate, and suddenly from around the side of the inn, Brian appears. He's like, "Oh, there you are! Hey, I've got a note for you!" And he races up and he gives you a piece of paper. He goes, "Here you go. One of your friends, the little gnomey one."
Oh, Grumpfel. Yep.
Yeah, him. Yeah, here you go.
What he just gave you this note in town?
And told me to give it to you. And he gave me some money. Gave me a copper. Rich.
Where were they headed?
I don't know.
Just hold it on a moment. I open the
okay.
note. What language did you write this in?
It's written in Dwarvish, Gnomish, and Undercommon.
Okay.
In the hope that Tiernan knows at least one of those.
Tiernan's looking at this and just going.
There's a lot written on there. It's quite long.
It's complete gibberish to him. And he's like, what were they doing?
I don't know. He just gave me a note. He said to take this to you, and he gave me a copper piece.
Were they drinking? Did he have signs of a stroke?
Hey, did you want to give me a note and a copper piece? And I'll try and find them for you.
See, I knew this was going to start. Once you pay Brian, you never get rid of him.
This is how the Greenfield messenger service started.
Yes.
Cannon, boom. Brian becomes a multi-millionaire.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
How about this? How about this?
Brian's last name is Murdoch.
I will give you a copper piece.
Yep.
If you can tell, if two things. One,
Yep.
tell me where they were headed.
Yep.
Or two, tell me where they are.
Well, they were just up just past the bakery, and they were heading that way. And he points sort of vaguely northish, and he holds his hand out.
Do I recall what's north?
Just make an intelligence roll. Make an investigation roll.
Okay.
Let's see if you can Sherlock Holmes this.
Oh dear.
Well, dear Watson, I'm number natural 20.
Wow.
Or a
Yeah.
25.
Ooh, bam.
Nice work.
Look, you between the strange note and him pointing north and considering what they were going to do, and with a roll like that, I think you're able. There's a bit of a beautiful mind sort of thing happen. Yeah, you definitely remember that. Like Peredin's house was to the north. Absolutely.
I sigh.
In fact, yeah, I know, but they didn't mention Peredin's name on there, so you wouldn't see it. Yeah.
I sigh a little bit, worried what they're about to get into. Okay. Well, service is rendered. Promise is a promise. Hand over the copper piece to him.
Awesome.
And I will quickly tidy up what I'm doing. And I guess they're after help.
I don't know.
And,
I got stuff to do. Thanks for the coin. What was it? Tiernan. Thanks. Bye. And he turns around and like just this patter of feet as he shoots off.
Tiernan's like tries to correct him. Oh. And
You can hear him vanish around the corner. I'm rich.
He's off to buy the inn.
Yeah.
minus one copper piece. Failed to remove coins. Anyway. All right. Well, yeah, I'll tidy myself up and I will start heading off in the direction, trying to keep an eye out to see anyone, see the party.
Okay, so the rest of you guys are heading towards Peredin's house, and you're going to try and a stealthy approach to the building. Is this correct?
That was Delgrim's thinking, yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So what I would like you to do, please, is there are a few trees. Like at one stage, you do recall, like heading that way, you sort of saw the house through a small tree line. Again, because of the time of year, the grass is fairly long. There's enough undergrowth that you could try and definitely pull this off. And with the three of you, minus your giant friend Tiernan, being much more sort of diminutive, we're probably going to make your way fairly stealthily. So can I get you to all make stealth rolls, please?
Okay.
Roll the dice. Roll the dice.
Nat 20.
Nat.
What the hell?
We're all
You
about
see,
the Nat 20s.
It's not
That's
combat,
21.
you see.
I was going to say, this isn't life or death. This is all fairly inconsequential. So
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe it's going to be a
moving
good
the
year.
plot.
Look,
Forward
t-shirt,
it all.
20 sides. What does it say? 20 sides to every story. Anyway, I digress. Stop flashing the camera. Okay, so you got a 20.
It's not rocky terrain. It's just normal terrain.
It's just overland terrain. Yep.
Let's have a look here.
Miera, what did you get?
I rolled a 17 plus 2, so 19.
Oh, and Grumpfel?
19 plus 2 is 21. We're like ninjas.
What? Yeah, man. Like the three of you are like
We are
like
three kobolds in a trench coat.
shadows are just lurking over the all hiding under Delgrim's hat.
Come on in.
Someone play the Mission Impossible music. So the three of you make your way up towards the house. You're able to find like a number of trees and bushes that you can skirt through as you approach this large but slightly run-down building. Are you trying to head towards the front door? Are you looking for? How are you wanting to approach this place?
So we were
Oh dear.
Oh, hang on. Are we waiting for Peredin to leave house before we go in?
Well, ideally, that was the ruse.
My understanding was that you weren't doing this until you knew that Peredin had
Yes.
like Wex had got him and stuff like that. So
Maybe we should just go in from behind. Like go round and behind. I know what I said.
Let's
Came from behind.
Perhaps we should wait until he has left, and that way we know that it is safe to enter the building.
This is a good idea. Also, Miera, I like your idea of entering from behind. I'm not built to enter from on top.
No, does the manor have chimneys? I don't recall. We weren't there long enough last time to see if there was any chimneys.
We weren't. We did also have issue with height of windows.
Yes.
So you guys make your way around the back of the house, and there are a number of windows, and yes, they are higher. Like, I mean, they're sort of comparatively sort of normalish height, but again, you all are somewhat diminutive, so it would be a little bit of a challenge for you guys. But with those stealth rolls, you're able to sort of sneak your way up to the house with you're all fairly confident that no one will have spotted you as you've made your way up. You find yourselves up against the side of this sort of slightly faded green wall beside one of the windows.
Can we hear anything?
Make a perception check.
Collectively.
If anyone who wants to have a listen, make a perception check.
Did we actually see him leave?
Yeah, it's another nat 20.
Did you guys, Saz, you sent them all fucking weighted like Meeples and Dragons dice just to absolutely ruin this campaign. Didn't you, Saz?
I'm digging these being Delgrim's dice.
Hey, I rolled a 4 for my first roll of the year.
Yeah, but that's because, like, you know, I mean, look, there's always, you're the exception which proves the rule, so, you know. Yes, you guys would have seen Peredin leave on horseback, in fact.
Yeah, no worries. Otherwise, I was gonna Grumpfel was gonna try and look and watch, and we'll cook. Yeah, if he's gone, he's gone. That's good. Who did we see if he went by himself?
How far away is he? Sorry, I'll just jump in, Heath. How far away is he from us?
So you guys going around the back, and he would have gone down the road. So he would have been like far enough away where, like, you wouldn't. Are you trying to ascertain something?
Whether he's within, say, 90 feet.
Interesting. Let's put this up to the gods of random. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Delgrim's going to cast Hunter's Mark on Peredin real quick, specifically with the intention of kind of trying to be aware of his return to the house.
Yeah, for sure.
And what that might mean for clocking that he's returning.
Yeah.
Did we see who, if anyone, went with him? Is he just walking horseback, cart and buggy? Anyone with him?
Yeah, for sure. So you would have seen him. You would have seen him leave by himself on horseback, but you also would have seen Priscilla leaving as well. She was just on foot though, because of course she had gone to tell.
Oh, so he's going to make her walk back, and he's just going to head off on the horse. No worries.
Sounds like Peredin.
Yeah.
So,
would it be presumed of him to hitch a buggy and give her a lift back, because that could extend the time he's away and give us more time in the house?
No.
Damn it.
So did we hear anyone in the house? Last time we were there, he had a few people kind of hanging about.
So back to the rolls. So you guys all sort of stop and listen. So Delgrim rolled a 400. Miera, what did you get?
I rolled a 16 plus 1, 17.
Yep. Okay. And Grumpfel, what did you get?
I think it was a 21. hang on. Or what was that for? Hang on. No, hang on. What were we?
It's perception.
No, that was stealth. Yeah, so perception I've got to roll for.
Okay.
And bringing down the average. That's a total of 9.
9. Okay. Delgrim, you will sort of stop and listen very closely. Miera and Grumpfel, you don't hear anything. Delgrim, you, however, you're pretty sure you can hear just the slight, like the sound of like a door closing, opening, something inside. Super hard to tell, but you just sort of hear something as if there's something moving around in there.
There is definitely someone still inside, but we know this. This is probably made. And the Miera, we should try and put her to sleep like you put Bandit to sleep. She made. She can't be that difficult to deal with, right?
Should be easy enough, I think, as long as I can see her. I think.
Should we try and cause commotion and bring Maid outside?
Possible. Another option, just out of character, another option I do have is Charm Person.
Your call.
So I could potentially use that and maybe get her to help us look for shit.
Nice.
Ooh.
She's the maid. She'll know where all of the good shit is. Perfect.
Just a question: how far? What sort of time difference is there between Tiernan and these groups?
Oh, look, by the time, like, there's probably a good, like, 10, 15 minutes. So, yeah. I've been thinking about that in the back of my mind. I was actually going to ask you how, like, so you're just heading straight to Peredin's house?
I'd just be following the road. I'm assuming that it's mostly houses and so forth towards his place.
So it is. So his house was sort of slightly outside of town, sort of a little bit higher on a rise. Mm-hmm. So there would be a small part once you sort of get to the outskirts of the town where there's no houses, but there are a few trees and stuff like that around. It is comparatively open, but the road just sort of it bends up towards his house, and then also heads off to the east, which is where you exit town normally.
All right. So I'd be on the road, and when a certain horse came galloping past.
Yeah.
Okay. What would Tiernan think? He'd probably take the cautious approach and probably try to step off the road and conceal himself behind a tree to see what he would see first.
Okay. Okay. Make a stealth roll.
Oh
For me?
dear.
Hey, Delgrim.
Mm.
Yes, Daddy.
Yeah, I saw. And oh my god, you do that so much better than I do.
A 19.
Hang on.
Does this null and void the bingo card?
Yeah.
He's gone red.
Yeah.
Like
that's,
that was
that's
that was
another
actually,
one for the only face. Sorry, John.
That was a disadvantage, and I still was able to get a 19.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
Okay. Do add 100 minus a bunch of numbers. Okay, cool. So you step off the side, like you can see him coming off in the distance, along on his horse. Again, like he's very easy to see because he is a furbolg, so he's sitting very high. Sorry, Kate. And you quickly slip to the side of the road and behind a tree, and watch as he rides past into town.
Does he look as though he's in a rush? No expression on his face, or
No, he's dressed very well as he usually is. You do notice that the long sword that he has is in a scabbard at his side, which is not super common. Like the few times that you've seen him in the past, he wasn't always carrying it with him, but he had it with him this time.
Okay. Tiernan would get a little bit concerned at that, and would once Peredin is past, he'd come out of hiding and maybe start going a little bit quicken his pace towards the house.
Okay.
He's a bit worried that they've gotten into trouble.
About sort of 5 minutes later, you see Priscilla walking down the road. Are you trying to conceal yourself from her as well, or?
Priscilla was
one of the priests, the halfling, who helped you with your dancing.
Yes.
I know it's been a long time.
Yeah, Wex and Priscilla.
Yeah.
And she was the one who was super interested in the fireworks.
Yeah,
the cart
super interested in the fireworks.
No, but she was the one on the cart, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yes.
So she knows. All right. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be too worried about her. I wouldn't try to conceal myself. Just keep walking.
Okay. She sees you coming. She gives you a wave. She goes, "Hey, Tiernan, where are the others?"
Okay, so the others aren't. I just saw Peredin ride into town.
Yeah, because
is everything all right?
Yeah, no, because Wex told me to get him to come because he was going to do something. I don't know. But yeah, he told me to go and tell Peredin to go into town.
Oh, okay.
Why? Where are the rest of your friends? Oh my God, they're not going to let fireworks off with. They're not doing.
No.
It's
they required me to let off fireworks, Priscilla. It's all good. It's all right.
Okay.
I'm certain something's been miscommunicated, and I will just have to go to Peredin's house to speak with what was the maid's name again?
Netta.
Yeah.
Netta.
Yeah. I need to double check something.
Okay.
All right.
Go have fun. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Yep. She keeps making a whale. Okay, back to the rest of you. What are you going to do?
So, Miera's thinking, I'm going to head to the front door.
Okay.
And I'm going to knock. But before I do that, I'm going to suggest that maybe Delgrim and Grumpfel kind of just hang back in case it goes badly. And then they can kind of sneak around behind or something like that if it doesn't work out.
Delgrim finds like a bush or something to kind of like crouch down in and like very dramatically pulls out his crossbow. Trained on the door.
We're going to kill this house. This maze.
Yeah.
As
this decrepit old frail lady steps out and Delgrim nails her to the side of the house because she's a monster. Okay, so you're doing that. Grumpfel, what are you doing?
I was actually like Grumpfel is like, would if you're going intending to charm this lady, perhaps I should knock on the door and get her attention, and then you can cast uninterrupted.
I like that. That could be good. Come out back. And then Delgrim's our fallback in case.
Our cover.
Yeah.
In case it all goes wrong.
And you just hear the loud knocking of the crossbow bolt from the bushes.
Okay, let me get this right. The moment Tiernan and Rowan aren't there, they go super dark.
We're going to mow this Brady down.
No prisoners.
Kate, looks like Rowan's the moral compass of the party.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Grumpfel might be a life cleric, but he worships the dog. Wait, no, hang on. Whoa, what?
All right, let's. Okay, so Delgrim, you're in the bushes, ready for any untoward issues. And Miera and Grumpfel, you guys head up to the front door and give it a good knock. It's probably sort of 30 seconds, and then a voice floats out from inside. Coming. And there's like another 45 seconds before the door opens up. Apparently Saz is losing the plot about something. I dare not. I can't. I've got to not be distracted by the chat.
Ash has started dropping stuff in chat, so whatever Saz is losing her mind about back there, I'm 100% sure it's connected to that.
Yeah.
Delgrim is like a fart, loud but entirely unseen.
Yeah.
Also very smelly.
Yeah. And sometimes leaves a terrible mark behind. Okay, so. All right.
Yes.
Okay, focus.
Right. So Grumpfel, is there a knocker on the door?
Yeah. So you've already knocked. And so finally the door
takes a step back.
Yeah. So the door opens up, and you are greeted by the elderly maid Netta. She's got a little walking stick.
Grumpfel sort of. Sorry, go.
Peers at the two of you and goes, hello. How can I help today?
Grumpfel does it. Grumpfel does a slight bow and says, hello. I believe we've kind of got turned around on our way back to the village, and we recognize the building. Just wondering if we might disturb those of you at home for a moment for directions. What's his name? Peredin and the other fellow, are they here? Perhaps they could help with some directions.
Peredin's just left, but I can give you some directions back. If you just follow the road back and keep going south, it's not hard to miss.
Oh, okay, no problem at all. Miera.
So while she's giving directions, I will have been casting my spell.
Okay. Are you trying to be sort of like kind of stealthy and stuff?
Yeah. I'm just kind of like I'm actually looking down at my feet and just kind of like kicking dirt.
Can you make a sleight of hand check as you try and sort of conceal the motions that are required for the spell?
Sure. What is that? Stealth?
No, you should
actually
sleight
of hand. Okay, I got it. Ooh. I rolled a 19 plus 2, 21.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, look, you're kicking the dirt, and very subtly making these gestures and muttering the incantation under your breath. She's going to make a saving throw, is that right?
Yes, wisdom of 12.
She's an old lady. She might have a lot of wisdom. Old ladies
that's what I was
that.
thinking.
Yeah.
So you finish the spell, and you watch her intently for a moment, as she's looking at Grumpfel, and she goes, is there anything else that I can help you with? She sort of glances across at you for a moment, Miera.
Can Miera tell whether it has worked or not?
Squints. It definitely doesn't look like the spell's worked, because you guys aren't the only one who can roll high tonight.
Damn it. Foiled by the old lady.
Bingo card moment, everyone.
Just remember there is a dwerger in the bushes ready to shoot her right
Oh,
behind the crossbow bolt.
A Duragar in the bushes
Necessary.
with 2 in the hand? Is that right?
That's what they say.
Think fast. Think fast, Grumpfel. Think fast. Might we have a moment's respite inside before continuing on our way?
Make a persuasion check for me, Grumpfel.
Can Miera help by like starting to cough and just feel like, really use some water?
Yeah, sure.
What was it? Persuasion.
Persuasion, and Grumpfel, you get to roll with advantage because of Miera's dramatic.
Okay. Well, that's good because the first roll was 4. So we'll try that again.
Yep.
Oh, 7.
Oh no!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh dear.
How the dice have turned.
Well, you did your best. Clearly, Delgrim's got to take her out.
This crossbow bolt appears in a chest.
He's just waiting for some kind of signal that it needs to go down.
Delgrim, now!
Oh my god, you guys turn into me. So, she sort of looks at the two of you, and says, "Oh, generally, Master Peredin's not a big fan of having people come in when he's not here. So, best abide by his wishes. The town is not far.
We dare not get you in trouble if that will cause a stir. Miera, where have I misplaced my walking stick again? Would you be a good lass and just check around the where I might have put it? Trying to bide some time while we're trying to think of something on the fly.
She sort of, at this stage, she's wait, hold on. At this stage, you can see sort of she's starting to get a little bit suspicious. You can see the eyes sort of start to squinch a bit. She's like, I think maybe you should be on your way now. I can let Master Peredin know that you've been here.
Don't worry about it. We'll see him later.
That's okay.
All right.
Follow the main road. Keep going south. The town's not far. Have a
Thanks,
pleasant
Granny.
day. You're welcome. And she steps.
Delgrim is going to walk out of the bushes at this point and say, "Oh, my friends, I think I have found the road into town. Now we can go back to the inn and go to sleep. To sleep. We could go to sleep."
And you can see she sort of looks a bit startled. She's, oh.
The road was in the bushes. So obvious.
Have we broken Cass already?
I mean, to be fair, it's not hard.
That's the bingo
It's not too
square. I'm all about it.
So Nita's Heda's closing the door at this stage.
Okay. We're just going to walk away. I'm just going to start walking away. Let's regroup.
Yeah, let's regroup.
The door closes. And you can see through
Miera,
sort of the...
those 5 times I said sleep were a reminder that our original plan was for you to put her to sleep in the same way as you put the bandit to sleep.
Let's move away before having this conversation.
So you know how I was joking about
we are rustier than the tools that Tiernan has borrowed.
So Delgrim's just going to pick a rock up off the ground and just kind of toss it in his hand and throw it through one of the windows immediately.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah. Grumpfel's going to try and half pick up Cass and start running for cover.
So just through one of the windows at the front of the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so glad I'm not here for this.
Are we trying to get her back again?
Oh, dear.
Oh, so are you? So you're knocking on the... well, no, look, Delgrim's throwing a rock.
Is the intention that she come back to the door?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, got it.
The rock goes through. Grumpfel, you're grabbing Miera and you're trying to drag her away. Is that right?
It depends on whether I'm able to pick her up and get moving. Because if I've just seen him pick up a rock and go to throw it, and I haven't been able to stop him from throwing it, then we need to leg it.
So there's this ungodly crashing, shattering as the window just smashes as this rock goes straight through. The door, you can see. So Nita, who is walking away, you can see she sort of turns around inside. You can see sort of through the glass panel of the front door, and she sort of glares at the two of you and looks over to where the window is. But she doesn't make any move because she is an old woman, and you've just vandalized her house.
Can I see her?
Yeah, you can see her through the glass. Yeah.
Is she within 90 feet?
She is within 90 feet.
Okay.
Do it!
Can I cast sleep? But can
no.
I spend one of my sorcery points to double the duration of the spell because it only lasts for a minute otherwise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, go the extra magic. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, as Talera is saying in the chat, this is where we find out that Ned is the level 20 monk.
You
Your ass
can't count
is
a
mine.
spell.
Yeah. So okay, so you cast sleep. So roll for. I'm not even going to get you to roll for the hit points. So you start to make the hand motions and say the magic words, and you can see her eyes start to sort of widen a little bit, and then she just crumples to the floor. You can hear
My hip.
slightly uncomfortable kind of crunching sound as her head bounces off the hard wooden boards inside.
I feel a little bit bad about that. All the people having falls is actually quite bad. We should get to her immediately. And Delgrim's going to try and open the door first.
Yeah,
assuming it's not locked.
The door's not locked, yeah.
Brilliant. Right. Immediately heads into the house.
Yeah.
Do either of you have some kind of rope? She's old lady, but we'll need to make sure she not run away to get help.
I've got some rope
Oh God.
in my backpack.
Let's
Can we check ahead though?
We're
Can we
not.
check
Yes,
ahead?
let's make sure she's all right. This is not what I thought we would be doing today.
Priorities are
let's-
important.
let's-
First, we make
let's-
sure she cannot move. Then, Grumpfel,
let's-
you make sure she's still alive.
I will check to see if she. Just stop. I will check to see if she's all right. Like, we're not going to hog tie her like a beast.
There's-
Like, come on. I
We are
can't
absolutely
believe. I
going to
cannot
hog
believe
tie her
you
like
threw
beef.
the stone through the window.
We don't have long, so we need to move.
So
Okay.
as you start to tie her up,
No, we check her first.
So Grumpfel, you check. There's a nasty bruise on the
While
side of her
Grumpfel
head.
is checking her, Delgrim will be tying her up.
So there is a
Oh.
nasty bruise already and a lump swelling on the side of her head, but she's fine. It's just she'll have a headache, but apart from that, she'll be fine. And you tie her up without many issues, and not long after you tied her up, she comes to, and she's oh my head, and you can see she goes to reach up. She's like, what? Why am I tight? And she looks up at the three of you and she goes, what are you doing? Why have you tied me up? I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
So Delgrim's going to take his eye gauze off. I keep wanting to say blindfold, but it's not a blindfold. It's just to prevent sunlight. He's going to take that off and he's going to gag her with it at that point.
Oh, what are you doing?
Can I cast friends on her? Just to calm her down so she's not like wiggling around and screaming and stuff. Like I want it to be as stressless as possible for her.
I mean, you can try.
Okay.
I need to find the spell. Where is it?
I remember, and when we were up here, I had a pleasant interaction. Grumpfel had a pleasant interaction with her because she was treated, if I remember, just not nicely by Peredin, just like not politely. And Grumpfel, I remember, I believe that we had a polite like Grumpfel and Netta had a polite interaction when he was here last.
Mm-hmm.
I will actually like come down to eye, because obviously she's on the ground, even though we're not that tall. Come down eye to eye, and I'll say, Netta, okay, I promise, we are not here to hurt you. I am sure that you serve this manor and family well, but I'm sure you know things are not what they seem with the current lord of the house. Is this true?
Grumpfel, make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Good.
Why disadvantage? It's not like we busted a window, frightened an old lady, broke into the house she lives in, tied her up and gagged her.
No, it's not. It's absolutely, it's not like that at all. Cass, read the friend spell.
Oh, dear,
Is she
dear.
hostile though, or just scared?
Specifically,
Read the whole
duration
spell.
of the
It
friend
lasts
spell.
1 minute, Cass.
But also look
Oh.
at what happens at the end of it.
Oh yeah, they seek retribution. What she's gonna do? She's old.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, Delgrim
She's gonna-
talk a big game, but don't make me actually have to kill an old lady if we can possibly help it.
Oh
She's
dear.
gonna have to.
Seeing
She's gonna have to catch me first.
What's
Says the person
Wow.
who threw the stone through the window.
And this is
I'm-
where we've
I was
gone.
trying to get her attention and get her to open the door again.
We
That's all.
we have a break for a bit, and we come back as a bunch of
dear.
murder hobos.
Murder
I'm not
hobos.
sure
Well,
what.
I'm guessing-
This is about the usual time for a break, right? Maybe we will need some time out to calm down a little.
Okay,
I'm not
so,
even
dear.
there yet.
so Grumpfel, what did you roll?
Okay. I haven't yet. I'm guessing it's disadvantaged because of what's going on.
Correct.
Can I negotiate away that with the fact that Grumpfel did have a pleasant interaction with her when we were in
This
the
is-
Lord's house?
This is the only reason you were even getting a roll.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, think about the situation.
Yeah, I know. And that's why Grumpfel was kind of trying to rescue it a bit. Oh, here we go. Persuasion. Here we go. That's a 12. Oh, please roll a second one higher than a 12. Please. 18. Okay, so that comes out as a 12.
Okay.
12's not
She,
bad.
like, her eyes are wide. She's obviously very scared. And you can see that she's tensed up against the ropes, and just looks pretty bloody terrified.
Can
Um,
I was just gonna say, can Miera just like pat her on the head and say, we're sorry, we don't want to scare you. Just calm down. It's gonna be okay. We just need to have a quick look around, and you need to not tell anyone. So can I offer her a cookie?
Posture check, people.
You again, like, you can make a persuasion check.
I just
It will
want to
be
pat her
just-
on the head and
it
just
will
be like,
be-
it's okay.
Yeah. So you do this, and she sort of like she almost sort of reflexively sort of jerks away from your hand. Her eyes still wide and scared as she sort of watches you, and she can't get away far enough as you awkwardly pat her head. Like, it's very obvious that she's absolutely fucking terrified.
Hydrate.
I need to open another drink.
Yeah, I don't have a drink. It's empty.
So what are you guys doing?
I'm sort of worried to ask whereabouts is Tiernan.
You're not too far away at this stage.
Oh,
I'll let you
God.
know when you roll up.
Oh God.
Grumpfel, if you are concerned for old lady, you're welcome to stay here and talk to her.
I will.
Please don't lose my rap. It's very important to me.
Netta, will you yell if
now,
we take...
Miera, we should go and try and find Peredin's room while he do that.
Okay.
I'm really sorry, Ned. I'm really sorry, Netta. I have regrets.
We better find
Actions
something
have
here.
consequences.
Oh, we better find something here. This is going so horribly wrong. Okay, Grumpfel is going to take his... where is it in here? Preserve life, and I'm guessing this knock that she took to the head was like 1 hit point's worth of damage.
Oh, probably not even
that.
She's got a nasty lump there already.
Would taking 1 point of preserve life and channeling it into her just clear that up?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yep. So you
Yes.
do that. Yep.
Yes.
And you can see like the lump just straight away, breaks down, and you can see a little bit of the tension drops from her, especially as the other two walk away.
Yeah.
But she still seems very scared, and she's just looking at you intently.
We will. I won't let any harm come to you. I'm sorry that it's come to this. We just need to have a look around.
You can see her trying to say something.
No, well, I'll take this out, but please don't scream or yell. Okay, so he'll just gently take the makeshift gag out of her mouth.
Why are you doing this? I don't understand.
I'm sure you see a lot of things in this household, and I'm sure there are things that happen that you're not comfortable with. We suspect that there is some wrongdoing afoot by Peredin, but we need to have a look to prove it in its entirety.
What do you mean, some wrongdoing? I mean, Peredin is far from a perfect man, but I mean, you've assaulted an old lady.
And for that we will be judged.
Tell me what it is that you feel that you think that young Peredin has done here.
Have you seen some things around here that you do not agree with, but have in the service of the Lord had to turn a blind eye to? I'm sure as someone that keeps such a fastidious household would have noticed some things, going, toing, froing, things that are not reputable or respectable.
Make a persuasion check for me, please, Mr. Grumpfel.
God, rocking the dump stat here. 11.
Her eyes sort of tighten a bit, and she looks at you. And she says, Peredin is by no means a perfect man, but I still fear that what your friends, breaking into his house, assaulting me, what you think he must have done must be terrible to be going to these sorts of lengths to find it, to be doing these things.
Well, we've found a few things that are of concern that warrant further investigation. And those concerns are enough that here we are in this unfortunate situation.
What are these things? Tell me.
I would rather let my friends do a little investigation first.
It's at this stage that you hear the sound of footsteps outside Grumpfel.
Recognizable footsteps?
Just sound like footsteps.
Okay. From the door we just came through?
Mm-hmm. From the front door, yep.
Okay. What's in this room? How many exits beside that door? And how many...
So this is like an entrance hallway.
Yep.
And there's a couple of doors sort of off that hallway on each side.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to get her into a side door before whoever's there coming through. What kind of time would I have?
Sure, you've got seconds. You can hear footsteps. Tiernan, you can see through the open door Grumpfel kneeling in the hallway over what appears to be a body.
come in, Tiernan. I've saved you the liver. Joking. I'm joking.
This is what happens when you have a break that's too long. Everyone comes back with completely different characters.
Yeah, well, you spend Christmas with your family, you tell me. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Oh, Tiernan.
Have I been spotted?
Not that you can tell at the stage. No, you can just see that it looks like Grumpfel is crouched over a body.
Do I notice anything? The broken window or anything like that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can see one of the front windows is completely shattered.
All right. I'm going to stop for a moment, a bit shocked, and then start rushing up.
Grumpfel can turn around to see it's Tiernan,
Yep.
because he would have started looking, trying to figure out and formulate what.
Yeah, and you can see Tiernan running up now.
Tiernan, thank God it's you.
What's going on?
Oh,
What's
Tiernan. Let me explain what calamitous situation we have ourselves in. Netta is fine. Promethean and Cass, Delgrim and who is this Promethean? Delgrim and Cass are just having a look around.
Delgrim and Miera.
Miera, God, wow, yeah, talk about having a long break.
Wow.
Delgrim and Miera are having a look around, and I'm just conversing with Netta, allaying her fears of what potentially looks like a gross misunderstanding.
Why is she on the ground?
That is a very interesting question, of which I will avail the information shortly.
And which stage we're going to switch across to Delgrim and Miera.
Thank you.
So what are you guys? So you guys are just basically just going to toss the house?
No, Delgrim's going to try and find more specifically what would look like Peredin's room.
Okay.
Like the fanciest, most princessy room in the house.
For sure.
Yeah.
And Miera, what about you? Are you going with Delgrim or?
Yep.
Okay. Look, it doesn't take you long. You veer away from the main room where you guys originally went into to meet him. You do find his bedroom. It's very large. It's very flash. It's a large 4-poster bed, large wardrobe in one corner. There's a small sort of desk with a nice big mirror on it. There's a couple of mannequins which you can see have got various cloaks and stuff hung on it. There's a spot on the wall where you can see the outline of a painting, but the painting's not there anymore. And again, much like the rest of the house, you can notice that a lot of the wear and tear here, there is a lot of wear and tear here. A little bit of paint sort of peeling from corners of the wall. Just looks a little bit run down. Even the bedding.
We'd seen that the first time we were here, the missing painting situation. And did we not have an interaction, I think it was with Netta, that mentioned Peredin was selling a bunch of the stuff in the house? Yeah?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Big wardrobe, big set of drawers. The little sort of the table with the mirror on it doesn't actually have anything on it. The room looks, again, there's a sort of distinct feeling that there was probably more in here at one stage than there is currently.
Are there any loose floorboards?
Loose
floorboards.
Okay, so you want to, all right, so you can make an investigation check to search around the room for that sort of thing if you would like.
Yep.
So you can either both roll or one of you can roll with advantage.
Both roll? You're rolling pretty good.
Let's both roll. I look. All right. Meeples the Dragon's advert calendar die. Let's do this. Right. We're both rolling. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh, no.
Of course, because it's important.
Can't see it. I got a nat 20.
Nice.
I got a 2.
You got a 2. Okay.
Oh, at least that wasn't a nat 1. Oh God.
So this
okay.
is perception,
Investigation.
investigation. So 23.
Holy shitballs. Okay, all right. Delgrim, you're going around and checking stuff, and nothing sort of leaps out. But Miera, you take a step near one side of the bed, and there's just a slight on the floor under your foot. You're gonna step back and pull a large, slightly worn rug back, and under it you can see there's some floorboards, and it looks like there you could potentially sort of leverage them up.
Okay, so I'll point that out to Delgrim.
Yeah.
And see if maybe you have anything that we could open it with.
Delgrim takes his war pick and just slams it into one of these floorboards and starts.
We are
prying them
not
up.
being subtle at all.
Wow, Delgrim is just okay. So there is this loud crash as the pick goes straight through the floorboards and straight through the lid of the chest that is concealed on the other side of it. You pull the pick out, and as you do, bits of wood sort of come flying out, scatter across the floor, and you can see inside that there was a small chest, which has now had the lid of it shattered, and inside you can see in one corner a very sort of sad looking single little leather pouch.
Yeah, there's a small leather pouch, and Delgrim will grab the pouch and hand it up to Miera.
So you pull it out, and it makes the clinking of coins noise as you pull it out and pass it to Miera.
I'll have a look in the pouch and just see what it is.
Okay. So you open it up, and you can see, there's some coins in there. And on a closer inspection, you can see that there is one platinum piece, 2 gold pieces, and 2 silver pieces.
Sorry, 1 platinum, 2 gold.
2 silver.
Is there anything else in it, like some crumpled up paper, anything?
Make an investigation check.
A draft of bad guy monologues.
Yeah, I
Yes.
stole this from.
My name is
Okay.
Peredin and the Nasty.
This
Dear-
is my plan.
Dear
I shall take
diary.
over the world.
By
And
turning the
smite
peasants
you
into
from the
undead
mountain.
armies.
Dear diary, day 24 amongst them. They have no idea still.
Investigation again?
Yep.
17.
17. Holy bajolly. You sift through all the broken bits of the wood due to Delgrim's enthusiastic approach to getting into things. And that's a pretty decent roll. You would notice sort of as you dig through that there's nothing else in here, but it looks like at some stage there probably would have been more in this little chest. Like, it seems strange that there is a chest hidden under a floorboard with just a singular tiny little pouch in it.
And that's it. There's nothing else under the floorboards apart from this chest, which is now
Shattered
broken.
and destroyed,
Oh,
much like
God.
the floor.
Anyone have mending?
No. Can we turn it upside down though? Just so that the lid's not exposed.
I mean, you can turn it upside down and it'll look like it used to have like a curved lid on it.
Yeah.
But you turn it upside down, so now it's just a flat bottom up. Which can be seen through the shattered floorboards.
But we're gonna put the mat over it, so it'll be fine.
Okay.
And before we grab the rug, Delgrim's gonna hold out his hand. We put the pouch back in. We are not thieves.
Oh yeah.
We're just
And-
we're just
Breaking it up.
yeah.
Beating an old lady,
So
Delgrim will
as
put the pouch back in.
as you guys are doing that, going back to the other two, as you're having this conversation, you guys hear this almighty crash from elsewhere in the house.
Oh dear.
Oh God, what are they doing now? Look,
I don't know.
I leave you guys for an hour,
Oh,
and you break into a house, assault an old woman. No,
this was
No.
so much better on paper.
I'm immediately turning to Netta. I'm picking her up, and I'm undoing the rope. I apologize for my colleagues. I do not know what they're thinking. Even if Peredin is convicted of potential murder, it doesn't.
So as you're picking her up and untying her and saying this stuff, you see a sense of release, and then you see more sort of shock as you mention this murder. She's like, what do you mean murder? Your friend here and the other never mentioned anything about murder. What? Oh my God. This is an awful lot for an old lady to try and take on board.
That's why
who did he murder? I don't understand. This is
why I wasn't going to burden you with those details at this stage.
Tiernan's going to sort of like just gesture her to sitting down on a nearby chair.
Yeah, there's like a couple of chairs that guests would sit in the hallway while they wait to be fetched and stuff like that. She sits heavily down on that. She goes, who was it that he's meant to have murdered? I have my concerns about him, but I've never thought he would go to lengths of actual murder. I mean, that's extreme even for him.
He's involved in contracting someone who has in fact killed. But look, we don't want to overburden you, but let's see what we can do to at least salvage what's happened here. I apologize for my friends. And I stand up and I'll start with this window and start going over, and I'm going to cast mending on it in an attempt to repair it.
Mending, you need all the pieces. So it'd be like trying to put together a jigsaw puzzle where you're missing half of the pieces. It's a nice thought, but unfortunately, mending's just not quite.
All the pieces are still there.
Not when some Duragars mercilessly butchered a window.
Depends. Would it shatter, or would it just break in pieces? How good is the quality of this glass? Would it just break into pieces? Is it like plate glass?
Is it a single plane or multiple plane to the timber?
It was a large single plane, so like it went through and would have like smashed that hole and knocked out other bits. Like you could maybe if you spent like an hour or so trying to get together all the bits, you could do it, but. No, mending is not so much designed for that kind of scenario.
So they cheaped out on their windows. So, who's to blame here, really?
I had this vision that it wasn't just a single piece. I thought it was going to be like a 3x3 sort of.
Yeah. Oh. So she's sitting there and she's sort of, taking some deep breaths as she's trying to process. The more that's probably happened to her in the last 10 minutes than's happened to her in the last 10 years.
Well, I can't fix the window, I guess, but I will try to. Can you look after her, Grumpfel? I see what the other two do.
I'll do my best. Would you like a coffee?
You can see she's almost in a state of shock at this point in time.
Why not?
So Tiernan, you make your way round to where the noise is, sort of just in time to see the other two. Were you guys doing anything else in that room, or?
Still looking around. Is there any journals or any? I want to see if he has evil dude plans written down. Like we got to find something.
Yeah, I assume Cass's role that uncovered the rug chest would have uncovered anything else in the room as well.
No, there was definitely no other sort of journals or anything of that nature in this room. There's not even like ink and quill or anything in here.
Okay.
The most thing is lots of nice clothes. But
Does he have a study?
I mean,
Miera, should we check the rest of the
Mm.
house?
you can keep moving around the house if you want to. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be the plan then.
So you guys sort of come out just as Tiernan sort of comes around the corner, and you guys can make a perception or an investigation check, up to you, as you guys sort of explore the rest of the house looking for stuff.
Okay, this is an important one, so I'm going to go
Mhm.
with perception, and we're bringing out the chunk.
Le chonk.
I'm gonna go
Also for-
investigation.
Bingo purposes.
It's probably going to stop them.
17.
17. So okay, so
Hang on, sorry. 20 then. Yeah, 30,
okay.
20.
Well, I mean, Tiernan, what are you going to do, Tiernan?
It's like, what? I heard a smash earlier. What did you guys break? What are you guys even doing in here?
Don't worry about that, Tiernan. Help us search. We don't know when Peredin will be back. We need to find some evidence of his involvement and motivation in crime.
we need
Delgrim
we-
tripped over a rug in the other room, so it's all good. We're just now heading to look at the
Um,
other rooms.
we got to at least. We have to minimize anything you guys have done in here. What did you guys break?
Nothing.
I heard a smash.
There was a small amount of floor in Peredin's room that was broken. And maybe chest.
That's right. We
Tiernan's
covered
just
it with
walking
the rug.
straight into that room.
I want to
Don't
keep moving.
Do anything else?
I rolled an 18.
Okay, so it sounds like the other two are just are heading off without you, Tiernan.
That's all right.
That's right.
I'll-
It's you and me, Cass. We're doing this.
I'll
we
try
gotta
to
move
find
quickly.
anything that they've damaged and try to use mending to repair anything I can.
Okay, make an investigation check. Let's see how much of the floorboards you can potentially recover, and see if there's enough there for you to maybe piece the floor back together again.
Natural
Did use the
20.
pick.
Natural 20. Okay. Through sheer luck, you find enough pieces of the floor to be able to use mending to not repair the chest underneath, but to at least repair the false sort of floor that they had, that Delgrim had shattered.
This is good, because I did not know how we were going to deal with the consequences of these actions.
Oh,
I had no idea whatsoever. So that's helpful.
So,
So-
Neto, do you want to go for a coffee sometime?
Hold on, are you?
No.
Shut up, Netta.
Oh,
This has just got out of control. Kate, God, we need you back, Kate.
it's part of our secret plan to guilt Kate into never leaving again.
Yeah,
No,
well,
just kidding.
I feel like we've been far more productive in this session.
Oh, shots fired.
I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
shots.
if only you could see how Saz is reacting. So
Oh,
So
man.
Delgrim and Miera, you guys do another sort of sweep of the house.
Gonna go from hero to zero in a
Um,
matter of 30 seconds.
You do find a small study, but it appears to be by and largely unused. There's a couple of books, but they appear to be like old ledgers. And looking at the dates, the dates are, no one has written in these for quite some time. And a lot of it's more sort of sales and purchases and the like. There is nothing that you discover that is sort of, as you said, like, the evil bad guy plans or anything like that. The only other thing of sort of any real interest would have probably been, there was that the map that was on the wall in the main room that you guys were taken into, that was sort of framed above a firepiece.
Oh. It's a framed map. Okay.
And so, does this map have any significant locations that we've travelled to so far? So, where the wizard's house is, and the farm where the lightning tree is, for example. Delgrim's going to try and find those locations on the map and just see if there's anything of interest.
Make a survival. Actually, no. Looking at the map, it does not appear to be of this area at all.
Hydrate, guys.
can I mage hand the map off the wall so we can have a closer look at it? Because I'm assuming it's too high up for us to reach.
Yeah. And it's like a picture. It's like hung in a frame. So yeah, no, you're able to easily bring that down. Yep.
Okay. I'll flip it over and have a look at the back of it as well.
It looks like just a framed picture. Yeah.
Can I undo the frame?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah.
I just want to have why is there a framed picture of a map? Like, it just seems odd.
Yeah, I mean, so you sort of you spend a bit of time sort of unlatching the back of it.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
carefully,
breaking it.
Yep, and carefully take it away. And the map itself seems to be the paper is quite old. It's not at risk of being sort of damaged or anything like that, but it is a little bit older. But it looks like a map. There's no names or anything on it. It appears to show what looks like a large mountain range with some rivers nearby. And like all good maps should have, there is an X on it as well.
Oh.
What do you
Delgrim.
think this X mean?
I don't know. In all the books I've ever read about maps, an X means treasure. In the stories, an X means treasure or somewhere important.
That is exciting. But where is this place that the map show?
Would I know what region it is? Because you're saying it's not this area. So
It is you can make a history, or maybe probably a history roll would be the most appropriate. There's not a lot of detail on here.
+1, 12.
No, I mean, there's lots of mountain ranges, there's lots of rivers, who knows? Certainly doesn't appear to be anything from around where you're from at all, Miera, that's for sure.
And if it's a map of above ground, Delgrim's just going to be completely useless. It's not a thing. Maybe we could ask Maid where a map show, and then I like idea of treasure. I'm not overly interested, but once we have settled this situation and dealt with Peredin, maybe it would be something fun to do.
So is Tiernan in the same room as us now?
I don't know, is Tiernan?
Once Tiernan had finished what he was doing, he would immediately go on to try to find them.
Yeah, you'd
He's
find
in
these.
full damage control, trying to get them
Yeah.
out and minimize whatever damage they have done.
Okay, so Tiernan, can you carry this picture? I'm assuming it's too big for me to kind of wrangle it down the stairs. So can you carry this picture down to where Netta is? Because we want to ask some questions.
No.
Do you recognize anything on this map?
Will it? If I look at it, can we leave? Get out of here?
We have searched house, and it does not seem to be anything here of use that we've been able to find.
I can't
Let me
actually
look at it.
remember
What
we were looking
what
for.
am I looking at? He has a look at the map.
Make a history roll for me. Mountain range, some rivers. There is nothing on it that you look at it where you go, yeah, it's anything that it's not a super detailed map. Looks very sort of hand drawn, almost very sort of amateurish in some respects.
Can we take it down to Netta and just ask her? Because she's old and she's lived in this house for a long time. So she might know what it's referencing.
We probably don't need to take map down. She will know of map. We can just ask.
Okay. Can you hang it back on the wall? Oh, actually, I'll just mage hand it back on the wall.
I don't recognize where this map is from.
Okay. So you guys going to head back to Netta now?
Was there any names? There was no writing on the map at all? Like nothing?
No.
Okay.
We took it out of the frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I put it back up there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you head back to Netta and you find her and Grumpfel in the hallway. She's looking still very distressed. And Grumpfel, I'm assuming, is sort of there, sort of trying to provide sort of some sort of comfort.
Yeah. Small talk's
As
not
much as
really
you can.
working right at the moment.
As much as you can when you're part of the criminal group.
Well, he's trying to win favor back in the sense of going, yeah, shit, this wasn't the best idea. He's like trying to be somewhat pleasant, but yeah, it's like, so he's kind of curtailed a little of the persuasive talk because quite frankly I think it's a case of just shut up and let Tiernan go into damage control from the small wad of Grumpfel's tried to do. I think perhaps it's like someone who hasn't stuffed up a persuasion roll to come in and try and help fix.
Tiernan will immediately, like, Tiernan is like trying to shuffle Delgrim and Miera out the door, and is also going to be apologizing profusely to Netta and basically say, look, they're overeager. We're sort of doing an investigation on with some of the, there's evidence to suggest that Peredin has been involved in very nefarious activities, and we were looking into it. They've gotten a little bit too eager.
I feel that that's an understatement, young man. It's a little bit too eager.
They're very passionate about what they do, and I am terribly, terribly sorry. I have repaired whatever damage I can do, and
when he gets back, he's going to notice the window. What am I meant to tell him?
Could you say you tripped into it?
Tell him that the young boy with annoying face, Brian, threw rock through the window.
Oh, he never comes anywhere near this place. They know better than that.
There's no reason for him to suspect it, no truth then. It's a strange event. Brian threw rock.
I am very sorry, Netta.
I just want you to all leave, and please don't. I don't know what is going on. I'm too old for this. I just want you to leave.
We also wanted to leave, and we all feel very sorry for what you have been put through in these dark times. But at the end of the day, Peredin is cowardly, sneaky thief man who steal town fireworks and whose actions result in people dying. We wanted to come here and see if we could find a way.
I'm just an old woman, and you've come in here and you've assaulted me.
It was an accident, though. You fell over. We weren't able to catch you.
We expressly tried to send you to sleep nice and quietly, and unfortunately, you were standing up when that happened, and you fell and hit the ground.
We are very sorry.
You guys are making it worse and start trying to push him out the door.
Oh, hang on, the map. Netta, that map that's upstairs in the study that has a cross on it.
What do you want to know about that map now?
Just do you know where in the world it is?
I have no idea.
Are you saying that, or you just don't want to help anyone?
What? Just get out. I can't believe. Just leave me alone. This is too much.
I will go over to Netta and I will give her a gold piece and say, for the repair. No, for the repair of the window.
Why the old lady is silent?
for the repair of the window.
Yeah, don't say anything.
And I'd although it's a lot to ask, I would really appreciate your your discretion on my colleagues' actions until the township confronts Peredin.
Make a persuasion roll.
Delgrim's going to cock that crossbow again, really loudly and purposefully.
Oh, no, don't.
Is that an advantage?
15.
I'm so sorry.
She looks at you and then she looks at you, Delgrim, in horror.
Delgrim.
And we kind of just like get him to not smack it because it'll go off. I don't want this poor old lady getting a crossbow and bolt through it. We kind of just like put the crossbow away.
What is wrong with you, Delgrim?
Simple solution to problem is the one that I usually look for. I would like for old lady here to cooperate, but if old lady not going to cooperate, I'm not. It's impossible.
I won't say anything. I promise I won't say anything. Please just.
Question: did that give me advantage or disadvantage?
No, at this stage she's just like, please, I promise I won't say anything at all. Just leave me be.
I'm going.
Let's go.
I'm going to the temple to atone. Grumpfel goes out the door.
And you're all heading off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Delgrim's gonna cast like one wistful look at the house. He fully believed there'd be something there that they would find, and he's properly disappointed that they found nothing.
And as you guys make your way away from the house, you're pretty sure you can hear the sobbing of an old woman. And we're going to go to break now.
And scene. That went well. Cool.
You guys are monsters! You guys are monsters!
Wow.
This is not how I thought
we'll be back in 5 or so minutes to see where this goes from here.
Dear.
You're bad, and you should all feel bad.
Oh,
Look, hey, she's not here, but Kate did say last time we were all together.
she said, "I'm not going to be there next week. I want you to hold an old lady hostage."
RPGs aren't all sparkle cookies and corn, folks. Sometimes you got to rough up an old lady to
Look. To be
achieve nothing.
fair, I'm not surprised by Delgrim. Miera. Wow, interesting.
I'm just following someone's lead.
Wow,
I'm trying to help.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting to see where Miera's moral compass lies.
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Grumpfel had a wavering moment there and is regretting everything.
You wanted to join in.
He wanted to find. He wants to find something because he genuinely does not like Peredin. And the ideal of finding something to do good, unfortunately, gave him a moment of wrong-headedness to do something wrong, if that makes sense.
Well, we're gonna see. Let's go to break because there's still plenty more to go.
Oh dear.
So we'll be back in 5 minutes, everyone.
Tune in next week when we get back. No.
Hey, we're back. Thank you very much for everybody who is still lurking and hanging out with us on what has been quite an eventful episode so far. I also want to do just a massive shout out to everybody who has donated to the Black Dog Institute. We're over $100 already, and we've had it up there for, I don't know, a couple of hours. So thank you so much to everybody who has donated, whether it's been big, small, whatever. That is all greatly appreciated. You're awesome. It's fucking awesome. Thank you so much.
So we all wake up in the tavern overnight, and we've
terrible dream. It's all a terrible, terrible dream. No, so with that, you guys make your way back into town. What is your next course of action?
We take backtrack so we're not seen coming back into town.
Therapy?
Atonement. Grumpfel is going to go straight to the temple and just sit quietly on a pew and think about what's happened.
On the way back, Tiernan would literally be asking, "What were you thinking? What were you trying to do?"
Find proof.
Proof of
Peredin's. He killed people.
He killed people. This is categorically bad.
But isn't that the whole reason why we had that letter and note and signed? Is that not enough?
Would be nice to have something.
Did Wex ask us to do this? Ask us to do this?
No, Wex thought it a good plan. Wex was not informed of, obviously, is not capable of seeing into future and knowing exactly what would happen. I feel bad for old lady. I think we should move on.
Were granted permission from Wex to do it?
We told him we would go to the house to have a look around.
We did.
Old ladies fall over a lot.
And it takes a huge sigh.
Find anything.
Oh, there's going to be consequences, guys.
In terms of balance, we broke into a house. We scare old lady. She fine. Peredin has betrayed the community he is supposed to protect. I think in terms of balance, we okay. It's fine.
Townsfolk tend not to see it that way. I hope you're right.
Townsfolk don't really like Peredin. I think it work in our favor. It'd be fine.
But do they like Netta? Well, we'll see what Wex says.
We can send an apology gift once Peredin's been arrested or whatever's gonna happen.
We can. That's all right. Do you think Netta like the chest armor you found? That is a good gift.
She may also like that axe, Delgrim.
If she like axe, I'll give axe as apology. It's fine. For now, we need to focus. Now, next phase of plan. We bring all townsfolk to square. We force Peredin to acknowledge his part in theft of firework and murder of people.
Who had that letter that was signed by Tolkien?
Grumpfel. Grumpfel have letter.
Okay.
That's right, he does.
So let's just not mention Netta at this point.
To who?
Anyone.
To anyone.
Oh.
Delgrim just kind of looks at Miera and just gives like this little nod. You fixed floorboard, Tiernan, right? It's fine. Only minimal damage to window.
And we didn't take anything.
We didn't take anything. if Netta uses Brian's story, then it only ours had child Brian who get in trouble. No one know of our involvement. It'd be fine.
So you
We're
reach
just
the
trying to help.
outskirts of Greenfield. Whereabouts are you guys heading?
Definitely not north.
I guess the temple. Now, so when we discussed this plan earlier, were we trying to not allow Peredin to know that we were back? I don't quite recall. I think we discussed that last session.
Yeah,
I believe that you had said that you were going to try and not let him know you were back. Yeah.
We should go back to temple, but we need to do so carefully, in case Peredin's still there.
Why do you need to go back to the temple? Didn't
To
find
talk to
anything.
Wex.
Oh, okay.
Wex is going to tell us if they learned anything from conversation with Peredin.
I'd like you to all make a perception roll for me, please.
Is this a Peredin-based perception roll that I might have advantage on, courtesy of the Hunter's Mark, by any chance?
I had forgot about the Hunter's Mark. As you get to the outskirts of town, you do begin to feel that he is heading in your direction.
Okay, Peredin is coming toward us. I suggest we get off the road and move out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did say we'll
Rob.
take some of the backtracks to get back to town.
We'll definitely got to get off the road. So
Yeah.
okay.
All right, you guys, easily enough, sort of make your way and move off sort of the main roads and stuff like that. And not long after, you hear the sound of a horse heading northwards, and then going off into the distance again.
That is Peredin off in that direction. It should be safe to go to temple now.
He's going back
Okay.
to the house.
Probably.
Shit.
We'll deal with that when we are faced with Bridge.
I thought he was going to meet Wex and. Okay. I wasn't planning on him returning so quickly.
Wex
You
was
guys-
going to tell
let's
him
go
of
see Wex.
gathering.
So you guys get back to the small temple and head on inside, and you find Wex there, up the front, getting himself just sort of pottering around. He sees you all come inside, and he goes, "Oh, I'm glad that you've come back fairly quickly. It was very hard to convince Peredin to hang around. He seemed a little bit nervous and unsure. Were you able to find anything up at his house at all?"
Unfortunately, things did not go quite to plan.
We
It wasn't-
found nothing.
We didn't-
We didn't find anything in Peredin's house. No.
There was a map on the wall with an X on it, but it was unwritten. It wasn't like we couldn't recognize the geography.
Have you been
Oh.
to Peredin's house, Wex?
Yeah, I'm aware of the map that you're talking about. It's an old family heirloom of theirs, apparently given to his grandparents or great grandparents, I think. What the location of some treasure or something. There was a whole story around it, but whether or not it's actually an accurate map or not, no one knows. None of their families ever tried to recover anything. It
Do you
could
know
just be a
where-
nice story to tell. Who knows?
Do you know
Thank you.
the area that it shows?
I've no idea. To be honest with you, I haven't gone much further than Greenfield for most of my life. So
What? Curious. What's the story?
Not
Not
just
to
that it
derail
was-
you or anything.
no. It was just I believe it was payment or something that was provided to them a couple of generations back, when someone didn't have enough money or something of that nature. To be honest, I don't remember all of the details of it. But apparently, like all these things with maps with X's on them, it's some treasure hidden off in some ancient place somewhere. Beyond that, I don't know. Hasn't really been any of my business. So.
And what of conversation with Peredin? How did he seem?
Oh, I mean, he seemed a little bit nervous, and it was somewhat hard to convince him to sort of do much for me or to spend time. But I told him that we were having a small celebration this evening. I just told him that I feel a little bit guilty, made up a small white lie, and just said that we've received some good news from Deep Cove that's going to benefit the town, and it was something that we would announce to everybody this afternoon or this evening, and it would be wonderful to have him there as sort of one of the main representatives of our township. Anytime you mention Deep Cove to Peredin, he becomes infinitely more interested.
This is very smart on your part. This is good decision. And how long away did you? Is this celebration going to occur?
I told him to come by at just after dusk. I've already got some of the villagers setting up some small decorations and something just to try and make it look like something actually is happening.
And
I really do hope this is all worthwhile, because there's some excited people. We have to set these fireworks off at some stage after we've dealt with the Peredin situation, of course.
Do we set firework up as well as part of a celebration?
I mean, if you would like, absolutely we can.
I can assist with that.
Certainly, that would be wonderful. We can set them up. Generally speaking, we normally do it from the center of the township. We've done it, years past. It's comparatively safe the way that the fireworks have been designed. So,
I think this would be a good idea. It will add to a surprise for Peredin and tell us more in the way he react.
Very well. Well, you know where the fireworks are. We can organize for you to. I can get you some help to get them into the middle of the township, and the people are going to be very excited.
Most of the people, probably. There might be one or two that might be a bit scared, but we don't need to talk about that right now. While we were away, was there any word of friend Rowan from Dwart? No, not Dwart.
Yeah, Dwart went looking for her.
I mean, I don't know about Dwart, but Jaren and Priscilla went looking for him, and they asked her, and haven't had any luck finding her around the township at all.
I don't know how I feel with firework display with Rowan not here. It was Rowan that made me excited to see firework.
Well, maybe she'll still turn up. How well did you know this young woman anyway?
Not very well, but she was first to approach me when I came here to Greenfield. There's a special place in my heart for Rowan.
Sometimes first impressions aren't always a true insight to what a person is like.
I am a very good judge of character.
Very well. Well, I've got some things that I need to be doing, but I'll leave you to get organized. I'll continue working with the townsfolk, and I will see you in the town center just after dusk.
How long is that away?
Like at this stage, it's probably late morning. So you've got most of us rest of the morning and most of the afternoon.
Oh, that's way too many hours in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What time would you need myself to assist with setting up the fireworks, Wax?
Well, I would suggest probably doing it towards closer to dusk. It only takes an hour or so to get them all organised.
Sounds good. Do we want to go back to the inn to see if Rowan's turned back up, or?
Yep,
This is
that sounds like a good idea.
All right. Tiernan looks at you three and sort of gestures toward Wex when Wex is not looking, and he tries to whisper to you, "Should we tell him about what happened?" You sure?
What? What are you talking about? Let's go and see if Dwight has found Rowan.
This is a wonderful idea, you know.
So you guys head back to the inn and find Nissa and Dwight there. And unfortunately, Dwight, when you have a conversation with him, he's just like, I don't find her anywhere. Asked a few people. Well, I don't know. No one's seen her.
Okay.
Maybe she's just buggered off. I don't know.
How many
She
hours
can't
are
be
you
too
atoning for,
far.
Grumpfel?
I don't know, but it's going to be at least a half hour in there.
Whoopsh, whoopsh.
No.
Well, at least someone's got some morals in this group.
Yeah, but she's not here tonight, so I have to step up.
Yeah, true. Yeah, well played. Okay, so is there anything in particular you guys want to do before nighttime rolls around?
Yes.
I think, yeah, Delgrim will have a poke around in Rowan's room with no news of Rowan's whereabouts as well.
Okay. And
There was.
yeah, go Tiernan.
Yeah, I was curious about. I'm not 100% sure if we discussed this because I completely forgot. Infusing items. I was able to change it with the level up. One of them was replicating magical items. And it says that after a short rest, you get 2 non-magical objects. And one of them was going to change my rope into a where are my fusions? Never find them. Rope of climbing. So was I able to do that the night before, or
Yeah, if you want to do, yeah.
should I spend time today?
No, doing that before's fine.
Okay, just for checking. Well, if that's the case, I'll be going back to trying to repair this armor.
Okay, cool. And Miera, what were you doing?
I just wanted to have a quick word with Delgrim while he's searching around Rowan's room. And I'll just be like, Delgrim, little concerned. If Peredin went back home and Nessa did say anything, do you think he's likely to show up at dusk tonight?
It is hard to say. If he does not show up, then we hunt him down and bring him to justice. If he does, I have planned to trap him and bring him to justice. The end goal and outcome is same. One just takes longer than other.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just thinking about things.
I have small concern about Sam.
Wait and see.
Delgrim, can you make a roll, please, for your investigation for poking around Rowan's room?
Yes. It's a nat 1.
Yeah, there's a bed. It's got some sheets. It's a room.
Yep.
Cool. Awesome.
But on the upside, bingo square.
Absolutely. Grumpfel, anything else apart from taking some time?
Self-flagellation.
Yeah. Bingo. We've got a line of bingo, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Outstanding. Anything else that you were going to do, Grumpfel?
Yes. Grumpfel's going to build an arms box for the for the temple. No, Grumpfel actually has in his kit an arms box. I don't think there's anything in there, but he's going to put a gold coin in there and leave it at the temple.
Okay. Yeah.
Because there's some heavy soul sort of stuff here.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So he's after some quiet contemplation of, oh God, how did that all go sideways? Yeah, I think he will just sort of very quietly and quickly make his way back to the inn where he knows the others are.
Okay, cool. Dusk rolls around, but just prior to that, though, Tiernan, I believe you were going to go and help set up the fireworks. Yep. So you head off to get that sorted out with the assistance of Priscilla and some of the townsfolk. You get to the centre of the town, and there's some very hastily put together decorations around the stage. There's a few sort of like wreaths of flowers hung up. You can see there's been some extra lanterns put up around. Again, they're trying to make things festive, but it is very much that last minute effort. But people seem quite enthusiastic and buoyant, and when they see you arrive with this crate of fireworks, the excitement is electric in the air. You open the box up, and inside there's a variety of implements, shall we say. Most of them appear to be your typical kind of like skyrocket kind of thing. You put them into the ground and stuff like that. Various shapes, various colors. As you unload them all, you see at the bottom of the box, there's a little slip of paper.
Get up and read it, I guess.
Okay. You take it out, and it got embossed in gold writing on it. Zerplethorpe Blasma's Emporium of Outrageous Goods and Extraordinary Paraphernalia. And then under that, in much smaller writing, it says, holds no responsibility for any injuries or mishaps caused during the usage of these fireworks.
Encouraging.
And you actually notice as you're sort of setting up these fireworks, on every single one, there is a very elaborate Z that's been written on the side of each firework, and it's flowing, almost cursive style.
You'll have to set. How do you spell that? Zertle.
Zerpul. So Zerpul. Thorp. So Zerplethorpe.
God.
And then it's Blasmers, Blasmer. So it's Zerplethorpe Blasma's Emporium of Outrageous Goods and Extraordinary Paraphernalia.
I expect that in Discord, please.
Tough.
Oh, God. Do I recognize the origin of the name?
Make a history roll.
13.
Nope.
Okay.
And you feel like that you probably would. It's quite distinctive in its uniqueness.
Fair enough. Well, I will continue setting them up.
As you're doing that, there's like kids running around, excitement and frivolity. People are just getting absolutely wired at this stage.
I'd take care with setting them up because Tiernan has a bit of an understanding of how these go off.
The children, once you start setting them up, all seem to keep sort of a distance. They're used to this. They've obviously seen it in the past. It's not unexpected, so they understand the nature of these things.
But I think Delgrim, at the very least, and he'd probably encourage the others to do the same,
Yep.
He'll be wanting to kind of find some place to sneakily hide in that setup period before Peredin's expected to join, if Peredin ends up actually joining, given the circumstances.
Okay, excuse me, I burped. All right. So what are you guys doing? What are you all doing in preparation for when Peredin turns up? What is your plan?
There's a plan?
Well, I don't know. Is there a plan?
So Delgrim's going to find a place to hide kind of near the stage and as close as possible to the foot of the stairs leading up to the stage, where he's hoping Peredin's going to clamber up.
Okay. All right. And what about everybody else?
Yeah, just a brain fart moment.
Yep.
Changing spells for a cleric. I know wizard has to memorize in the morning. Can clerics change any spells after a short rest, or is it going to be a long rest?
It's got to be a long rest, unfortunately.
I'll probably hide as well, but keeping the stage within 90 feet.
Okay. Look, that's the town square's not huge, so that's not terribly difficult at all. You can find like some crates or something to sort of hide behind.
Tiernan would probably be more along the lines of supervising the fireworks, assisting in that regard.
Yeah.
But being able to also look at the center of town. How many exits are?
Oh, like lots.
Okay.
You know, like it's a town, like it's a town square, but there's probably 4 or 5 different like little roads that lead off in various directions from it.
All right. In the square, is there any sort of designated spot that someone would say tie up the horse?
Yeah, like outside the inn, because the inn's on it's like on one sort of side of the square. So yep, like there's a little railing there for people to tie up horses and stuff.
All right. Well, Tiernan will be on the side of supervising fireworks, but would anticipate that Delgrim would come in, tie his horse off, and in the event that he wants to escape, he'd go directly to the horse. So Tiernan's idea would be to essentially make a beeline and cut that exit option off. So try to be nearby. Yes.
Okay. So to try and intercept him if he makes a run for the horse.
Well, yeah, basically to block him from the horse. Yeah.
Okay.
Not so much to intercept him, but to block him.
It would be like, I mean, this is a big open space. It would be very hard to block him. Like you couldn't funnel him down a road or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? So think of a big open courtyard, and along one side there's like a railing to tie up a horse. So trying to stop him from getting to that, there's lots of places where he could sort of, run around or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I would be standing to the side of the fireworks near the horse stall so they can get there quickly.
Okay. All right. So trying to conceal yourself or?
No, I don't think so. But Blinky would be I'd instruct Blinky to essentially sit on the roof above where the horse would be.
Okay, cool, excellent.
The
and
intention
Delgrim?
to, yeah.
Yep. Not Delgrim, sorry, Grumpfel.
From the interactions we've had with what's the cleric? Is it Wex?
Wex, yep.
What would Grumpfel and Wex be of similar? Like, is Wex a spell casting cleric or is just a priest?
You, from what you've observed, he probably, if he does have any spell casting capabilities, you would imagine that it's probably very minimal.
Of similar standing to Grumpfel or a lesser standing?
Probably even lesser. I mean, most priests who function in small townships like this, you're looking at, level 1 maybe, or a couple of cantrips sort of thing.
Right. Okay.
Often they're not particularly, powerful or the like.
Right. bother. I just, yeah, there's a couple of things I've just thought of, and I'm like, I can't do that today. I thought that maybe Wex may have something up his sleeve to be able to do that, but no.
So where is Grumpfel going to position himself with all of this? We've got Delgrim concealed away down sort of by the steps of the stage. Miera's off behind some crates and stuff lurking. Tiernan over near the horses, although not really trying to hide as such.
Probably a little, maybe a little bit away from the stage, to perhaps back towards where the back of the crowd would be.
Yep.
If there's an elevated position, like perhaps I don't know, with a private residence, we don't want to be forcing our way into a private residence again, but somewhere where there's a bit of elevation. Yeah, again. It's only once on the bingo card. We've crossed that off. We don't want to do it again. If there's a bit of elevation where Grumpfel can perhaps observe the crowd from the back of the crowd, sort of the nosebleed area, so you can sort of watch, because obviously we've got enough of our party closer to the stage, perhaps further back, so that we can sort of just keep an eye on the crowd itself.
You could try and clamber up onto a roof or something. There's not really anywhere that's elevated as such, unless you climb up on some crates or something, but to get a proper sort of higher vantage point, you'd probably need to get up onto a roof or something like that. Again, remember, this is a very simple, little village.
Where's the inn in all this?
The inn's to so if the stage is right in front of you, the inn is off to the right hand side of it, sort of lining one side of this town square.
Okay. Our rooms were upstairs, weren't you? Remember, yeah. So I reckon I'll go up there and look for whoever's room faces the square, and either watch from a window or a balcony doorway if there's one there, because then that's something that's not suspicious. Me being on a roof would be suspicious.
Okay, all right. So you head up to the room and set yourself up in the window. Okay.
Yeah. One last thing.
Yep.
Grumpfel does have a small crossbow with him. He will prep and ready that if it's needed.
Okay. All right. So the town square fills up with more people. All of them staying away from the little area. It's been cordoned off at this stage. Excuse me, where the fireworks are. And as darkness fully descends on this warm summer's night, you can hear over the buzz of the crowd the sound of a horse approaching. And all of you can see as Peredin rides into the town square. I would like all of you to make an insight check for me, please.
$21.
Nat 20. Nat 20. 21.
Nice.
All right, so 21 from Grumpfel, natural 20 from Promethean, from Delgrim. Miera?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Fucking hell. Tiernan? 4. Okay. So Tiernan, who knows? The rest of you, you watch as he rides in, and you all see his body language change, as because he's up high on a horse, he quite easily sees the fireworks that are set up in the middle. The horse sort of, you see he slows down, and you can see him looking around a fair bit. Still got the sword at his hip. As he gets down off the horse, and you can see his friend, the bugbear Glacian, come over. There's a lot of talking, a lot of conversation at the moment here. Peredin takes his horse over to where the area is outside the inn to tie it up. And then he heads towards where Wex is. Just sort of down by the stage. Delgrim, I'd like you to make a stealth check. Make it with advantage, though, for me, please.
Alright, we're going chunky. It's important.
Chunky dice.
19.
19. Oh, it's that all. Okay.
Hang on. Well, the dirty 20. That'll be it. So.
Okay. He doesn't appear to sort of notice you as you're hunkered down in the shadows there. And he strides over to where Wex is. And you can see him sort of lean into the elderly bugbear and start talking. It's a little bit, you'd have to really strain to hear what's being said, but there's a distinctive look of concern on his face. If you want to try and have a listen, you can make a perception check for me.
Yeah. 21.
21. Okay. With it nighttime, your preferred time of the day, despite all of the lanterns and stuff, you're able to focus and listen intently, and you can hear him in a very urgent voice going to Wex. Wex, where did the fireworks come from? You didn't. Are these new fireworks? Where did these come from? Wex, you need to tell me where these come from. And Wex replies, well, the fireworks were recovered, Peredin, successfully, as we asked our friends. You seem concerned by this, son. Well, what's the problem? And you can see Peredin now looking around intently. Where are they? Where are these? Where is this group that we sent off? Are they here? Did they? You should have told me, Wex. This is very inappropriate. Where are you? What did they say? Anything? And Wex goes, oh no, look, Peredin, they left the fireworks here and then they left town. They decided that they've done what they needed to do and we're happy to just move on. There's no need to be concerned. You can come up onto the stage. Let's address the townsfolk here and make the most of what's been accomplished with retrieving this. I'm sure, Peredin, that you are happy that we have the fireworks back, aren't you? You can see Peredin go, yes, of course. He has a deep conversation with his pal. Yeah, fair call. Fucking too many NPCs. Yes. Yes, okay. I think, yes, it is good to see the fireworks have been returned. And with that, him and Wex go up onto the stage. Let me just look up some stuff here. Bear with me.
Well, while you're doing that,
yep.
As Peredin moves up onto the stage from his hiding spot, Delgrim is going to take the 25 feet of his rope that he's prepared earlier and cast snare at the foot of the stairs.
Ooh, cast snare. I have no idea what that spell does, but we will find that out.
He takes out Wex.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the entire stage explodes immediately.
It's a giant mimic.
Yeah. It's kind of like delayed fireball. So Wex gets up on stage and begins to make a bit of a speech, which I'm not going to actually do. I know. I know.
Oh,
Let's not dig our hole big.
Yeah. He's back there. I've got to now have a conversation between Wex and 30 different townsfolk.
Yeah.
What about me? No. So he
Rhubarb.
he begins
Fireworks.
to talk about he begins to talk about how a new deal has been struck with the Malagarths in Harrow to provide them with more of the crops that the township has been growing, and that this will yield a much more significant cash inflow for the village, and will definitely help them over the next few months. To which there is a big sort of uproar from the crowd. There's much cheering. He turns to Peredin and says, it's Peredin will certainly be helping us maintain these relationships between the goods folk of Greenfield and the Malagarth family of Harrow. Won't you, Peredin? And you can see Peredin sort of stand there very awkwardly, as he often is, and one hand sort of resting on the pommel of the long sword, again, sort of a bit awkwardly. Goes, yes, absolutely. I will use my great influence to ensure that these relationships are maintained for years to come. The cheers that were happening for Wex sort of, there's like, yay, Peredin, woo, sarcastic clap. Very much like when you first came into town, that difference between the two. And then Wex says, so I wanted to get the townsfolk together to give you this good news, and as you can see, our good friends have managed to retrieve the fireworks for us, and so we'll ensure that we'll set these off in the next sort of 20 minutes. So please make sure those of your children, make sure they're far enough away, and it sort of talks about some safety stuff and things like that. The crowd sort of disperses and starts to sort of get themselves organized for this display. And as that's happening, again, you can see Peredin pairing off through the crowd. Tiernan, you weren't
through the crowd,
like pairing, like he's up on the stage, looking around.
Gotcha.
Tiernan, you weren't trying to hide. Grumpfel, you're up in the thing. Cass, can you make a stealth check for me?
Mm-hmm. 16. 18.
18?
Yeah.
18, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Good to know. You can see him surveying the audience. And Tiernan, you see his eyes rest on you.
Tiernan's just going to look back and smile away. Like as if nothing's amiss, like everything's normal.
He looks around again, and then makes his way down the steps off the stage. Now you've got this snare spell set up there, Promethean, Delgrim. Does it does it trigger when he goes down? Do you choose when you trigger it? How does that work?
Okay, so the trap is nearly invisible, requiring a successful intelligence investigation check against a spell save DC of 11 to be discerned. So it's dexterity check for him to actually clock it.
So what, he's got to make a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, unless he's... And look, it should probably be at disadvantage because he's so distracted by Tiernan's presence
And he's, like,
he's
dumb
not
as
actually
rocks.
looking on the ground in front of him.
Well, investigation
Probably.
isn't passive, is it?
No, so he's not going to get an investigation check because he's not actively looking for it.
Brilliant.
But he will have to make the saving throw to see whether or not he triggers it.
Correct.
So-
to see if he is ensnared. By
Okay,
it
so what's the saving throw?
So 11.
11.
It's not
Uh-oh.
super difficult.
His 25 dexterity is going to help him out here.
God damn
Just
you!
net it all over again.
Yeah!
He can't fight with a sword, but he's dexterous. Oh. Oh,
Five?
is that a
I
5?
can't see that
Five.
shit.
5
Brilliant. Magnificent.
plus.
The DM finally
he's
failed a roll.
Excellent.
So-
He's magically hoisted into the air, leaving him hanging upside down 3 feet above the ground.
Holy shit. Okay. Wow. So you watch as he just gets flipped and jerked up into the sky with a very high pitched the sword like falling out of the scabbard and clattering onto the ground, and there's just this audible gasp from the audience, from this crowd. What's the duration on it?
8 hours.
Seriously?
Now, yeah. Yes.
What the fuck?
He can make a new. So here's an interesting thing, right? He can make a new dex saving check at the end of each of his turns, but that assumes that we're in combat, which we're not.
No, we're not. We're not.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
let's. All right, let's roll with this. Okay, so he is now dangling upside down. What are you doing? And this whole crowd is just going.
Delgrim emerges from his hiding place, kind of behind the stairs, and kind of takes this, magical rope that has lifted Peredin 3 feet above the ground. It's kind of like grabs him by the leg, and will probably disarm him.
So the sword's
in
fallen
that-
out. Like
that
he's
same-
hanging upside down.
Brilliant. Delgrim will take the sword and kind of grab Peredin by the leg and plonk his way back up the stage while he's kind of floating in the air. So he's just kind of pushing him like a weird helium balloon back onto the stage.
Yep. Okay. All right. He's like, he is going to try and squirm and get out of this.
Can I cast
yeah.
Calm Emotions?
Yes, you can.
You have that spell,
Yes.
and you didn't use it on net.
I may have forgot about it before. It didn't seem the appropriate time, okay?
Yeah, when that old lady was freaking out,
Was absolutely
didn't feel like the
panicking.
right time to calm her down at all.
Oh my
I can almost hear Kate from here, even though she is on the other side of the country. I can almost hear her.
Tiernan's going to make a beeline for the horse,
Okay.
just in case.
Okay. All right. So you're casting Calm Emotions, Miera?
Yes.
Okay. Do I need to make a saving throw or something?
Yes. A charisma of 12.
Right. So you have strong emotions in a group of people. Way.
Yeah. I just want to give Delgrim enough time to explain things without people freaking out.
If there's one thing Delgrim's good at, it's
Yes,
explaining
explain.
stuff.
He'll get to the
people.
point quickly. You've only got a minute, so you'll get to the point
What's-
quickly.
What's the DC on the spell, Miera?
At 12.
On that.
Well,
Oh,
okay. All right. He is you invoke this magic. You're supposed to do each humanoid. Hey, Delgrim, make a saving throw.
Of what kind?
Charisma.
Oh god. Okay. Yep. 15.
15. Okay, so you feel this wave of magic pass over you like a soothing breeze, as any sort of anger or frustration, any sort of emotional concept, any emotions that you've got around the situation, for a moment there feel like they're just being suppressed, but you shake the feeling off before continuing.
Am I able to? Is Delgrim able to feel where that's coming from?
I would feel that you're so focused on what you're doing with Peredin, you wouldn't actually notice, wouldn't have seen Miera, especially considering she's small and there's a crowd of people.
Okay. In which case, when that happens, Delgrim like physically stops, like mounting the stairs to the stage for a minute, and just physically tenses.
Yeah.
And will then continue.
And Peredin's still squirming and wiggling. He's going, just put me down, drop me. This is outrageous. How dare you do this to me? Put me down now.
That doesn't happen. Delgrim's just going to keep walking onto the stage, upside down, stuck in this rope.
Okay. So you've got him up on the stage, dangling upside down. Wex is off to one side, like nearby, looking surprisingly okay with this. He's looking super chill. Almost like maybe he failed the saving throw.
All right, see. Excellent. People of Greenfield. Delgrim's going to try and make a speech. Oh god. Yeah. As you have now been told, we have recovered the firework that was stolen from your town. It makes me very, very sad to tell you that the person responsible for the theft of this firework and the deaths of the people who were protecting them is Peredin.
Goes the audience.
Jesus.
Myself and my friends and Delgrim, like, fairly desperately, because he understands his own limitations, beckons for his friends to join him on the stage immediately. Please help. Peredin had employed some mercenaries to waylay the firework cart on its way to the town. People died as a result. We elicited from one of these mercenaries a confession that confirms Peredin's involvement.
From the balcony,
act.
From the balcony, Grumpfel will produce the thing and call out over the crowd to sort of help Delgrim. I have the confession from the bandit himself here.
There's like a bunch of people look up and there's another audible
naming Peredin as employee of the bandit to not only waylay the fireworks, but to kill one of the poor people assisting the wagon, to make it look like it was something else other than this nefarious activity.
So as you say that, Peredin, who's now gone very red from hanging upside down, goes, that's a lie. I never told anybody to kill anyone. I was just trying to stay. Oh.
I was waiting for Hamish to do that. I'm like, he's not gonna do it. All right, let's do it. And you beat me to it, John.
And you can see that look of shitballs on Peredin's face.
He confesses himself right now before your very ears.
The lord of your town is a coward, a weakling, and a swine. It does not have your best interests at heart. It is your role as the people of this township to judge him for his crime. But we have retrieved firework. We have confirmed Peredin's involvement. We will leave it to Wex, who is a respected leader in the community, to lead remainder of discussion as to how you feel Peredin should be punished in this matter. Also, myself and my colleagues here, we did break into Peredin's house looking for more evidence. It went a little further than we hoped. I regret how that played out. We didn't find anything important, but that is not important right now. Peredin, bad guy. You should judge him accordingly.
He's a liar and a murderer. So have we waived the letter? We've given the letter over to Wex, right?
So
Delgrim's got it. Oh, sorry.
Grumpfel's got it. So Grumpfel's just up in the upstairs window, sort of waving it around.
But Wex has seen it. Yeah.
Was it a balcony or a window? I can't remember. Window. Okay.
Yeah.
Banging on the window.
It's got the window open.
Just smashed away there. You know, that's second one today.
So Peredin's now just like hanging, like someone who's just completely lost the will to try and fight. He's just hanging upside down now. And Wex goes, yes, I can confirm I have seen the letter and I have talked with our brave companions here. Alas, this is true. Peredin is the one responsible for the theft of the fireworks. And we shall have to deal with him accordingly. There's shouts of anger from the audience, from the crowd. People swearing and cursing as he just sort of, Peredin hangs, almost sort of slightly swaying in the breeze.
He's hanging in the breeze.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Is there any movement in the crowd? Like, did we recognize anyone who was under the employ of Peredin in the past?
Yeah, that's the other thing is from my vantage point. Can I see anyone beating a hasty retreat out of the group?
Have a
that man there. Stop that man.
Both of you make perception checks for me.
Perception.
5.
22.
Okay. Yeah, look, from where you are, Tiernan, you can't see anything. However, Grumpfel, you also don't see anything. No, it doesn't appear to be anybody else. You can see his friend Glacian off to one side, looking really quite sort of disillusioned by what has just been revealed.
Is that the elven guy? That
Glacian is his bugbear friend.
Bugbear friend.
Yeah.
There was that elven dude that we didn't catch the name of that was in the house.
Correct.
We missed that one.
Wex turns to you, Delgrim, and says, maybe it's a suitable time to let Peredin down. And as he says that, he gestures for some people in the crowd, and a couple of fairly sturdy-looking bugbears come up onto the stage.
So that anyone can do an Arcana check to end it, and the restraint is ended. But on Wex's suggestion, Delgrim will unsnare Peredin.
Okay. There's a crash as he sort of falls headfirst onto the wooden deck. Very quickly sort of picked up by these two bugbears. With just no resistance at all. You can see what appears to be a broken and forlorn individual. As Wex says, Nissa, would you mind if we used one of your inn rooms to secure Peredin for at least this evening? We're not exactly set up with a jail or anything here, and I know that your rooms do have locks as required. And Nissa, who's come out from the inn, just sort of gives a nod and says, yes, that's fine. The two bugbears sort of take him in their arm, take him, sort of one on each side, and manhandle him. As he goes past you, Delgrim, he just gives you just like a filthy look. As he's led away.
And Delgrim will lift Peredin's family heirloom sword in front of his face and just kind of give a little bow behind the sword and put it down.
The only reason why he's carrying it is because you de-hoard him.
He didn't even get to use it this time around. This is funny. He's expecting this great battle on the stage between Delgrim and Peredin.
So Wex, as Peredin is carted away, says to the audience, despite what has happened here this evening, I feel that it is still time for celebration, as our township has much to look forward to. And finally getting a resolution to this issue is something that we should be thankful for. I believe we do have a fireworks display set up, to which the crowd once again starts to become more excited. And he goes,
to which Delgrim immediately stiffens in excitement.
Can Grumpfel quickly survey the crowd again, just to see if he can see anything? I don't need to roll. Let's just go off the 22 got earlier, and before making his way back down, to ground level.
No. It just looks like a group of very enthusiastic townsfolk. Wex calls out, Tiernan, would you like to come and do the honors?
Absolutely. And he goes up and starts to trigger the diffusers one by one.
Okay.
Just to start off the fireworks display.
So the first one that you light the wick for shoots up into this very loud sort of as it shoots up into the sky. There's a brief flash of sparks as it launches. And it goes up into the clear night sky. And then nothing happens. And you can almost, there's like a collective sort of like a holding of breath of the audience. And then you see what looks like a couple of small stars spinning.
Oh God, you've started a supernova.
And then there's more and more as this sort of kaleidoscope of multicolored stars starts spinning in the sky and then erupts in all directions with small explosions going everywhere. And the crowd just erupts in enthusiasm. The next rocket goes, and then the next rocket goes, and then the next rocket goes. And it's just this collection of colors, and like some of them will shoot up into the sky and draw strange shapes. Like there'll be a square, and suddenly in the middle of it, it'll explode in a circle of different colors. It's this elaborate display of incredible fireworks.
Tiernan has a bit of a silly grin on his face as he starts lighting more and more, setting them all off.
Yep, Grumpfel.
Oh, sorry. While this is all happening, Grumpfel's going to go down to the bottom level of the ground floor of the inn and find out where these bugbears are with Peredin, and sort of not knowing much about sort of security and policing, but having been part of a trade caravan, knows that when you come up against any sort of resistance, bad guys, whatever like that, and if you capture any, you should at least make sure they are devoid of any weaponry or concealment. So he's going to go down and make sure the bugbears are securing Peredin and making sure he has no means of escape or self-injure.
I mean, you sort of get them just as they're about to put them into one of the rooms, and Peredin gives you also a filthy look. One of the bugbears turns to you and goes, "Yeah, can I help?"
Just make sure he hasn't got anything secreted on him that will aid in escape, because he needs to be served to justice. Is that the correct wording? I'm not sure, but make sure he doesn't have anything secreted upon himself that will aid in an escape.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure thing. And you see one of the bugbears sort of starts sort of patting him down, and Peredin sort of half resisting, but kind of very half-heartedly. And they come up with nothing. Goes, no, he's got nothing on him. We'll stick him in the room. We'll lock the door. He'll be fine. And with that, they push him into the room. Outside.
Wait, that's Rowan's room.
Outside. Outside, the fireworks continue.
Who's on the stage with Delgrim?
Just Wex.
Delgrim instinctively just grabs like Wex's hand and holds it ridiculously tightly as each explosion goes off in the sky. That's all. It's just this.
Wex sort of looks down at you sort of strangely for a minute, but then sort of like he kind of picks up on the vibe. The last two rockets, one of them is particularly large, and it shoots up into the sky, and as it erupts, these colors take the shape of what appears to be the giant head of a dragon, which looks down at the audience, and its mouth opens, and it's just these red sparkles, and this rush of what seems like fire just suddenly shoots down towards the audience, but falls short. It's just this incredible display of color, and obviously there's some sort of magic going on here as well. The flames shooting just barely above the heads of people. Delgrim, from in there, you think you're about to be incinerated. And then at the last moment, it explodes, and left hanging in the sky is this giant cursive Z, which then slowly fades away.
Branding.
And that is actually where we're going to stop for tonight.
Ooh.
Yay!
Hang on. Can we just one little prologue? No, epilogue. Prologue. The end bit.
Epilogue.
Delgrim, gripping Wex's hand tightly, is absolutely fascinated by the dragon bit. It's like it's learned by this stage. They're not dangerous. It's crazy but amazing, and then just kind of turns around and goes, "Rowan, you were right. This is and remembers that Rowan isn't there with them, and just kind of catches himself real quick.
So,
on the may or may not be a trick of the light, but a tear may fall from Delgrim's eye.
On the subject of Rowan, we're going to have a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to be back.
What? Wait, what?
So don't leave.
Second break?
Don't leave.
What is that?
Audience?
We've had one break, yes, but what about second break?
But this is second break.
Hang on, what?
Yeah, something special.
So we'll be back. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Ellaby's got it right. No leaving.
Hey, welcome back to. I've looked at this as kind of like the post-credits scene. I'm quite happy that you managed to keep this secret from everybody else as well.
Yeah, I was definitely lurking in the chat for no reason at all. What do you mean?
It's like, why would you do
and
that?
to be very clear, next week I am doing Fringe Things, and I have been working on Fringe Things tonight whilst sitting in chat, but I didn't have to be awake this week, but I do have to be awake next week, which is why I've been awkward lurking.
Yeah, so for a variety of reasons, it was easier to sort of
leave me gone.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that nothing's happening with Rowan.
Not at all.
So let's just jump straight back into things.
Mm-hmm.
So you wake up atop a pile of comfortable cushions inside a large circular room. Huge rugs cover the floor, overlapping in places, each embroidered with intricate swirling patterns made up of a kaleidoscope of colours. A table, round and made of what appears to be stone, sits in the middle of the room, and on it a small brazier burns, the warm light flickering throughout the space. You know this place well, as this is where you first encountered your patron, after touching the ring you found in the cave long ago. As you look around, on one of the walls, you see a slight shimmer. Then symbols, red, bright red and writhing, begin to appear, almost looking as if it's burnt into the stone itself. You've seen this also before in the few times that your patron has communicated with you directly, here in this very chamber. This time, however, the words appearing on the wall are in a language you've never seen before.
Can I read it? Like, is it understandable?
You look at them and it's in no language that you've ever seen before.
She sits sort of looking around, trying to see if there's anything she can read and does recognize in what's around, as in like not just things she's seen before, but the writing that she's seen before.
Yeah, for sure. Make a pick. Look, other people have had lots of roll dice. Let's roll some perception checks.
Okay, I'm going to roll them out of my incredibly adorable little stamina potion mug that someone who is in chat gave me for Christmas.
It is very cool.
Perception, you say?
Yep.
So they're about to shout themselves out in chat. I don't need to do that. I don't think they are. That would be a 6 plus some number. 7.
7, 6. Yep, awesome. So you
7.
have a look. You look around. The walls of the circular room are very, very smooth. The rugs, the cushions, none of those have got any symbols or language on them that conveys any sort of messaging of any type. The words, the symbols on the wall, though, that they're moving ever so slightly, almost sort of enticingly. The bright red letters, just for some reason, you just can't seem to comprehend them.
Fine. I'm going to use the fact that I have comprehend languages as a spell and cast it so I can understand it.
Okay. So,
making me use one of my few freaking spell slots, Ham. Jeez.
So you call forth this magic, which enables you to comprehend languages.
Mm-hmm.
You watch as the symbols slowly change in front of your eyes. Still that bright red, still etched into the stone itself. And the single word, becomes coherent to you. And it is the word test. And you watch as it becomes coherent to you. It slowly begins to fade. And then almost as if someone blowing dust off a wall and a glittering sparkle, it trails off to one side. So there is nothing left there anymore.
What do you want? I passed your test.
In front of you again on the wall, that shimmer starts again. This time the symbols appearing in front of you, you can read, thanks to the magic that you've invoked. The word appearing before you, however, this time is etched into the stone in a bright blue color. And the word appears and it says, prove. You also sense above you, you sort of look at your shoulder and you see some dust is falling from up above.
She's going to step out, like sort of move herself out from underneath whatever's falling to see what's above her that's causing that to happen, but to try and get out from being underneath it.
Yep. So you step to the side as the dust, and you actually notice it's not dust, it's actually sand. It's very fine sand. It's sort of dusted off. And you look up. The ceiling of this room is really quite high. It's about 20 feet high. It's a big open space. And you can see hovering up towards the top of the ceiling. It's a little bit hard to see. It's almost slightly concealed in the shadows. The flame from the brazier doesn't quite reach that high. What appears to be a book just floating up towards the top of the ceiling.
Boy, am I glad I picked the spell that I did this afternoon. Have you looked at my spell list, Ham? Do you know what's on it? I'm going to use my other spell slot and cast Spider Climb, because I can. And then climb up to get it, because...
Okay. So you cast the spell using your second precious spell slot.
Yeah.
And very quickly clamber up and literally run up the side of this wall. And it's right up sort of in the very center. And as you get up to the top, you're hanging pretty much facing straight down at the stage. And you reach for the book, and it's just out of your finger, just out of your reach. Can't quite reach it where it is.
In which case, I am an adventurer. What do I have on me? Because obviously you've said that all my stuff is still back.
You are literally wearing whatever it was that you slept in, and that is it.
Okay. Can I know how bad my strength stat is. No, I think she'd do it anyway because she's that level of wise. Or not that level of wise. Using the fact that basically she's sticky functionally because of spider climb and can hang onto the wall. Use her feet to try and grab. So rather than being able to try and, because the instinct is to hang off of a wall with one hand, 3 points of contact, safety, things she was taught as a kid. Now she wants to basically hang by her fingertips and use her feet to try and grab the book.
Interesting. Okay. So
she's small anyway, but
she is, and it's so you basically have as little contact as you can possibly
have, yeah.
And reach out with your bare feet. Make an acrobatics check.
That is a 17 plus 3, so that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, excellent. So you managed to barely sort of hook your toe around the cover of this book. Looking down, you can see from this angle, the book is bound in heavy leather, and around the center is a large iron clasp. The iron clasp reaches to the middle of the cover, and in the middle of the cover is a small, what looks like bronze dome. Around the edge of the clasp are 4 gemstones. There is a ruby, sapphire, an emerald, and a diamond. but you just manage to sort of hook your toes around the book. So you're sort of dangling by your fingertips with your toes around the edge of this book.
Yeah. As much as she can, she's going to try and pull it towards herself.
Yeah. Okay.
Such that she can get a better, because if you get momentum on something, it'll swing functionally, even if it's not. Inertia. There you go. There's your science things for bingo.
There we go. Boom. Done.
Okay. I gifted it to you, Promethean. There you go. There's your present.
It takes a little bit of effort.
Yeah.
But you're able to finally get the book to a place where you're able to sort of just grab it with one hand.
Yeah.
And then make your way down, back down onto the floor of this.
Yeah. Tucks it into the back of her pants so that she can climb down with both hands and both feet.
It's quite a sizable book, but you're still able to do that. That's not a problem. As you get down to the floor, you can see the word prove, much like the word before it, test, start to vanish from the wall and then almost get blown off as if someone's blowing dust off the surface, leaving just a trail of sort of blue sparkles. You do see again, however, that shimmer. This time, it takes longer for the word to appear. The letters taking longer to sort of be burnt into the stone surface. Almost as if it's becoming harder for this to happen. The words this time are in a golden brown color. And it is the word learn.
She's going to push on the orange dome on the middle of the book.
Huh?
Like it's a button to unclasp the book.
Yeah, for sure. So you push on that, and you can feel it's definitely hard bronze, very cold and metallic. It doesn't give, doesn't push, doesn't move in any capacity.
Do the other 4 gems that are around it, do they look like they would move?
Did you want to try and actually move them?
More that do they look like they are in the way that the bronze doesn't move? Do they look like they're set in a similar way rather than
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So the class comes across, and each of the 4 gemstones are actually part of the clasp itself, which goes around the middle dome, and you can actually see it looks like quite possibly those gems help secure the clasp in place, maybe.
Okay. In a way that she has done before when communicating with her patron, she's going to call out to the room. Learn what's in the book or learn how to open the book? She's looking around she's not expecting a straight answer because she never gets a straight answer. Just more of a, are you telling me you want me to learn how to open it, or are you telling me I need to learn what's in it? Because your instructions are confusing, not because you're not being clear that that's what you want me to do.
For the briefest of moments, the word learn shifts its color. For a moment it's red, for a fraction of a second it's blue, and it fades back into that golden brown shade again.
She's going to push the ruby and then push the sapphire on the book.
Okay. You push the ruby and there's an audible click, and it actually depresses down. Press the sapphire, same thing, click. The bronze dome in the middle opens up, revealing inside a small empty socket, which looks slightly familiar in shape. It's quite an odd shape.
And you get your next bingo, chat. She's going to pull her rock out of her pocket and put her rock in the empty. I think Promethean is trying to tell me that he got bingo, but I can't tell. He'll have to put it in the chat. Like I have been all night whilst not screaming at people. And then I guess push down very slightly on it to see if it depresses into the space and click it like into the place.
Even just putting it into the socket, there is an audible little click, and the clasp just pings up slightly.
She's going to take the rock back and put it securely back in her pocket because she knows if she loses, it's going to end up there anyway. So she's just going to put it back and open up the book.
So you open up the book, and can I get you to please make a wisdom saving throw?
Where's my wisdom stat? Oh no, I opened the wrong thing. Hang on. Wisdom saving throw. 10.
10?
10.
Blinding pain shoots through your head as you look at what appears to be far too many words on a page. Like, it's a ridiculous number of words, and it's almost like the words are moving and they're alive. After a short time, the sensation passes and the words begin to sort of calm down. And you can see all sorts of phrases and descriptions that make no sense to you at this point in time. On the wall, you see the word learn get blown away, much like the other two words prior to it. And then this time, even slower than the last, the next word begins to appear, still in the same golden brown color. This one, where the other words were deeply carved into the wall, this one is almost like it's been scratched on, almost as if the effort has become too much. And you can see the word in front of you form. And this time it is the word save.
Save me or save them?
The word blows away and a scattering of dust across the wall. And the last word appears, barely visible. And the word is Ord. O-R-D.
Is that a person or a place or? And then like she shakes her head to herself, like she knows that asking that question isn't going to get her a straight answer, because the questions that the instructions she gets take time to make sense. Will learning what's in the book help save Ord?
The rock in your pocket just warms ever so slightly, providing that sort of slight sense of comfort that you've become used to over the years.
I don't suppose you'll tell me why.
No.
Okay, I mean, I can't say no, so I'll find Ord. Will you help me tell me when I'm close?
Again, there's nothing. Even the stone now has just gone back to its normal cool feeling.
Okay, I'm just going to start flicking through the book just to see if there's anything in there that makes what's just been said to her make sense.
The book is big and the book is long.
Mm.
And
I said flicking through, yeah, like it's
Yeah.
just looking for those letters together, not reading
it
anything.
could, yeah. And it is like there is just too much crammed onto each page. I mean, as you sort of sit there and ponder about what is written in the book and what this might mean, we will close this session for.
Close the proverbial book.
We will close the proverbial book. Yes. Let's.
I love that the chat is trying to work out what Ord is. They're throwing so much Ord around in the chat.
No. Extraordinary. I love it. I love it.
No, I like there's an Ord's motorcycle place in Ararat.
Oh my god. Isn't Ord a distillery in Scotland? It is now. All right. We're gonna bounce back out for a couple of ticks while Saz apparently can wave a magic wand and get everyone to appear all at once. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Saz is magic. We know this. Shout outs to Saz.
Yeah.
And now everyone has to be unmuted. That's the only trap.
Yeah. Yep. You can take the mutes off now.
We almost need that harp music to bring us back.
What the actual fuck was that?
Oh, we need on the bingo card, instead of Haim flip someone off and curses, we need Promethean flip someone off and curses.
I stand by. We just need a swear jar in chat that every time someone curses goes up by 1.
Yeah.
Promethean was having a nice tender moment and you came in.
I love it. I love that I know exactly what's happened, and I've known the whole session. I'm sitting there being like, nope, don't tell them anything.
And it's gonna have a little secret.
We'll be able to have your fun with this stuff. It's great.
Well, because Ham and I had a big chat about the fact that I couldn't be here next week, so how do we keep me out for a week and make it
And we
still
have a
make
little
sense?
runway in. It's done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break that ring. Just saying. Sorry.
Wow.
You might regret that.
Tiernan's gonna throw it into the fire for reals this time.
To be fair, I mean, you have assaulted elderly people and all sorts of other
Yeah, I
terrible
was gonna say, like, you guys, shittles
I was helping. I
Rowan
was
is
healing.
absolutely right in the chat. Shittles for shittles. You guys don't
with
get to
this
tell me.
crowd.
We did not
Hurt me with
assault
this
the
crowd.
elderly woman. We put
You
her to
are not
sleep,
innocent.
and then I bound and gagged her. It's a completely different thing. It's not assault.
So
I'm not really the demon lord, Heath.
So to have some semblance of rounding this off, as always, let's finish off with a quick whip around of favorite parts from today. So Cass, since you went first at the beginning, you can last at the beginning. You can go first.
Oh dear.
I think my favorite part.
Was you being a terrible human being? Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't. I stand by it. I don't think we were that terrible. We put her to sleep. She fell. I think.
And then we tied her up and gagged her.
And that's all for this week, folks.
I think my favorite part was when Delgrim just threw the rock in the window. So why not double down? I don't know what that was. what that was going to achieve, but that was perfect for me. It was just escalating.
It was
things.
meant to just have her come back and open the door.
I know,
She'd
I'll
gone
bet-
in. I was like, the whole point is to put her to sleep if we can't do the other thing. And you completely forgot about it. Let's bring her out again.
Me and the other three people who are all loaded up with weapons and stuff, if we smash the window, the little old lady will come out to confront us.
Oh,
So Cass,
What's happening?
so Promethean, what was your favorite part of tonight?
My favorite part of tonight was being muted and having Kate just drop in and do like a little entirely separate bit. I was not expecting it at all. It completely blew my mind, and I'm very, very happy that that was a thing.
Awesome. Mr. Heath.
There was let's just reflect on the last 4 hours. There was a myriad of situations. There was a myriad of situations that, and there were some highs and there was just a few lows.
Question marks.
But I like the fact that there was my favorite part is there was an absolute plethora of high rolls when we didn't need them. And then when we really needed
one time you need
many.
them, everyone's
Like a ridiculous amount of nat 20s, just like bam, 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 bam. Nuts. Agreed.
This is yeah. So we weren't the bad guys of the night. The dice were, because they weren't rolling what we needed at that time. No, look.
No, I think I was the bad guy of the night, just sitting on the secret.
No, it was interesting. Yes, there were some things that happened that I really think that hindsight is a beautiful thing. But I think it's favorite moment. I got to say, the surprise at the end was quite well constructed, and it just shows that yes, Kate is a linchpin to this rabble that we are, and we've managed to save the stream. But no, it was interesting. Yeah, I think the dice rolling high when we really didn't need them to roll high was just the icing on the cake of the evening.
It was. John.
I think the favorite part was suddenly coming to the realization that Rowan and Tiernan were the moral gods of the group.
Who knew?
And just watching the train wreck, I'm like, oh no, they're not going to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
No.
They are.
Oh my
They
god.
are.
They
Okay.
won't make
So
that
it's
choice.
not that Delgrim, Miera, and Grumpfel are immoral. It was just like
It just got worse.
a perfect storm of.
I feel Grumpfel kind of got pulled into it. Yeah. But no,
Did the cleanup work? It's fine. That worked well. That was good for the party as a whole, I think. It's interesting.
I just
Tiernan,
when Tiernan turned up, I'm just like, what would Tiernan actually do?
well, he
WWTD. What would Tiernan do?
Well, he didn't eat his liver, that's for sure.
Anyway, threw them out.
No, that's cool. And Kate, you got to just sit and watch so much of this train wreck.
Such a train wreck.
Oh,
I think I'll give a tie to 2 for very different reasons. One being the look on Promethean's face when you were like, and now we're going to do something else at the end. And he just went, what? It was the best. But I also really liked Cass coming in clutch with, now I know we've done all these things to you, but don't tell anyone.
Yeah,
the crossbow when we were trying to calm her down.
Don't tell anyone.
What? Contingency plan. It's the calmest way to be.
look, I think physically,
you're not calmer than that.
And then shout out to Cass later being like, oh, I have calm emotions.
I think Promethean holding the crossbow at the end, loading it when Cass was Miera was trying to calm it down. That's the physical version of Delgrim saying the quiet part out loud.
No, I also loved I'll cast friends, and I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah.
In the chat going, no, Cass, no, don't do it.
I think it's interesting because I thought, like, you know, as the DM, you think you kind of start to understand the characters and stuff like that. But Miera, I'm not sure. Like, is she sweet?
Chaos monkey.
Is she?
She's Miera's down for chaos, man. Like,
Yeah,
this has been a thing that's come up every now and
Those
again.
are not
like,
cat
there's been
ears,
little
they're
glimpses.
horns.
Oh my
I
god,
feel
you all
like
turned me into
tiny
your mother.
Yeah, I'm really. I thought
Poor
I had
Rowan.
an understanding of Miera, but apparently not.
Poor
Look,
Rowan, just trying to make friends with everyone.
Oh,
trying to have a
dear.
nice little adventure some time. Leaves you guys alone for one day.
Yeah.
You look at
Grumpfel's
the fireworks without her.
Grumpfel's a doddering old great uncle that you can't leave with the kids because he'll go along with anything.
God.
Yeah.
If Tiernan becomes the cleaner of the group, he's going to be very upset.
If we want to talk about least favorite moments, I am legitimately hurt that Rowan, as a character, was not there for the fireworks for a Delgrim Rowan interaction when the fireworks went off. Like, that's something that will never be gotten back, and it hurts me on the inside a lot.
That was
soul.
That was some sweet roleplay, dude. That was.
It was. I did like the bit with Wex. That was very good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, it is for some of us. It's late. For some of us, it's still
It's
late.
like 9 o'clock. It's
9
fine.
o'clock.
It's like 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We'll be fine.
So, for those of you who have stayed with us this entire evening, thank you so much for lurking and hanging out. Thank you to all the people who donated to the Black Dog Institute. That's going to be there every session. Like, go forward.
What did we get?
We gone up to $101.42. 42 cents.
That's awesome. That's
It
brilliant.
is.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Amazing. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the hype train at the start of the whole session.
It was bonkers.
Before we even got started.
Yeah. And then
Like-
people jumped on and they're like, "Oh no, hold on." But shout out to Saz, who I did not call out at the beginning of the stream. Without her, most of the shenanigans wouldn't happen. She's also the one who does a lot of the getting stuff up on YouTube and all of that sort of thing. So Saz
magic.
Yep.
Saz is also responsible for all of our new updated. Hang on, which way do I need to point? That way.
Saz is
All of
magic.
our new character sheet
Confirm.
things that have been coming up over the course of the session that are over there for me.
Yeah.
Nope, that way. What?
That
Should I
way.
my cable on?
You're pointing at John.
Yeah. You're just pointing.
New and improved John.
That's
John
It's
2.0.
it's because on the stream, I stream my cables on a different side to the video. So I was like, wait, what? Over there. There's a whole bunch of new stats because we've leveled up and stuff. So there's now new
I need
stats.
to catch it up.
There is. So we will be back in a fortnight.
I won't.
No, Kate. Actually,
Have fun without me.
Do you want to shout out what you're doing?
Yeah, sure. For those who are watching and live in Perth, because unfortunately for the rest of you, it's very difficult to come and see a Fringe World show. I will be performing at Fringe World between the 20th and the 29th of January. Specifically, I'll be performing at the Heyman. Details on my Twitter /Instagram / all of my social media, because it's much faster that way. If one of the mods in chat has the skills to very rapidly go and get that website, you can chuck that in there if you want, or I can chuck it in.
I got timed out for 10 minutes before trying to put a link in. So
that's why I'm like, here, information for mods. I
And
will chuck
all
it.
of my previous chat history got deleted.
Wow.
That was unexpected. Right?
Oh.
I said some funny shit
Well,
before that.
If it helps,
well, clearly you've been warned.
Nightbot does not
if it
care.
helps mods, I've just chucked it in
Night-
the Weeby Live
Nightbot.
chat.
Yeah.
You
Nightbot
It's
is a
like-
cat.
Hard. But yeah, so it's there. People should come. If not, and you do want to support it, I will also shamelessly plug that I have a Ko-fi, which you can also find on my Twitter and stuff if you do want to support it, but you don't live in Perth. I love you, thank you. Putting on a Fringe show is expensive because the arts are expensive and people forget that.
Yeah, Saz just dropped it into the chat.
Thank you, Saz. Thank you for chucking it in the chat. Set Nightbot on the elderly next time. No, Ellen. No.
I'm going to have to create like a
But that's
like
what I will be doing next week. But I will be back on the whatever the first one in February is.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that date is, but I'll be back.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out with us. We will see you in 2 weeks' time. I think we've got a raid sorted out. Is that right, Commander Saz?
Crit miss, sounds good.
Miss. All right. So yeah, same bat time, same bat channel, and we'll see what new round of terrible things. Where are these guys going to go next? The fireworks have been collected. It's like, what lies ahead for these guys?
I guess we're gonna steal a fucking treasure map, aren't we?
Gosh. Hitter's revenge. Yeah.
Some kind of treasure map.
Right. Thanks very much, everyone.
Booby trapped the entire fucking house by the time we get there. Just in case.
Just burnt to the ground. She's just standing outside it.
TPK'd by an elderly woman.
It's not a TPK because Rowan's not there. It's not a TPK because Rowan's not there.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
And away.